All right, all right. So here we go. My name is Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 11th, 2021. Local 1000, we're here on Saturday morning. What are we going to do today? Well, we're going to have an SBAC. And to everyone who doesn't know what SBAC means, Statewide Bargaining Advisory Committee. SBAC, Statewide Bargaining Advisory Committee. And as you know, BUNC, B-U-N-C, Bargaining Unit Negotiating Council, or for some people who follow the policy file really closely, it's the Bargaining Unit Negotiating Committee. All right, so today we're going to elect our leaders who will bargain for our next contract. Before I get started, let me say this to you. Normally I say, good morning, good morning, good morning. And I'm gonna keep doing that. And I tell you that I put my faith in God through Jesus Christ. And I say, Ishmael, Isaac. Stay with me, because I'm with you. And to those who practice the art of gold, the golden rule, I love you and I respect you, and let's work together, because the idea of creating positive energy will never, ever die in this great country. All right. I've been asked to share my vision. As you know, I won an election. Third time was the charm in 2021. And the vision for this union, well, first, we have to create a union. We have not been a union. We've been a social justice organization. We're going to create a labor union, and we're going to create a real contract, not the contracts from the past, using words like shall endeavor. What does that really mean? That means someone tried to do something, but they didn't have to do it anyway. Didn't have to really try so hard. Those types of words won't be in our next contract. Let me say this to you quite clearly. I ran on a campaign that said 21% pay increase across the board for everyone equally in all 10 bargaining units, all the 730 some different job classifications. Treat us all with equal love and equal respect. That's what I said. That's what I meant. We're going to elect people, hopefully, who feel the same way. And I cannot mandate who gets elected this weekend from these 10 different bargaining units. But what I can tell you is this: I am sincere in my efforts to honor my 10-point platform. And I'm going to treat everyone with love and respect in this union. We're going to create a labor union. And we're going to fight the state of California. When I say fight with love and respect in a peaceful manner. When I say fight, should we reach, after bargaining in good faith, an impasse, and we take a strike vote, and that strike vote comes back, yes, we will shut this state down, the fourth largest economy on earth. And when I say that with conviction, the courage of my words, to have a courageous and challenging and controversial conversation. We are looking for leaders this weekend who are willing to fight and not just roll over when the state tells you this is all we have to offer you. We are a union. We will negotiate. We are a 50-50 partner with the state of California. Too many prior SBACs, we've elected the same people over and over and over again. And then you wonder why your contracts are not really contracts, or as someone told me, childlike, condescending contracts that are not worth anything. Those days are over. And as your chief negotiator for Local 1000, I can reassure you, we will get a quality contract. I am the chief negotiator for Local 1000. Excuse me. I am, again, Richard Lewis Brown, the chief negotiator for Local 1000. And I'm on a great adventure, a righteous one. I remember, in fact, I thought I was going to run late this morning. Remember the old story, Jason and the Argonauts? You know, we all need a Jason in our life. We all need a Jason. Unfortunately, I'm not Jason. Jason has magical powers. I'm just a public servant just like you. But we're going to go on this adventure together, and we're going to get through this, and we're going to get a rewarding contract. I guarantee you. Again, I'm your chief negotiator. I called for this meeting. A historic number of people were registered through Zoom to come to this meeting. Historic number, over 400. They recognize that I am the president of Local 1000, and that when I call for meetings, only I have the power to call for meetings, and any actions taken from my meetings are true and accurate and valid in a court of law. You say, why do you say it like that, Richard? I say these things to you because there's evilness in the air. There's smog in the air that's suffocating our union. And this is why we have not been able to come together over the years and get a rewarding contract for you. When I say a 21% pay increase, you say, is it possible? And I tell you, my faith in God says all things are possible. If you say you don't believe in God, I still love and respect you, but we can still work together, unify our union, and get a 21% pay increase, and we will not break. Today, this SBAC is being live streamed on our website, SEIU1000.org. It's also live streamed on our Facebook page, SEIU 1000, Local 1000, and also on my Facebook page, RL Brown. We want to be transparent. There's a perception across this great country that unions are corrupt and we're out of control. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. Are we perfect? No. Do we have a perfect country? We do not. But we are not out of control. We can make room for improvement. And that's what we're going to do here at Local 1000. And that's why we're being so transparent. Hold me accountable, and I would say I hold you accountable as well for your actions and your words. This video and tomorrow's video will be up on our website. This is the general session. When we go out into the breakout rooms, everyone will be able to go to our website and watch the different breakout rooms on people voting. And you'll hear people make great speeches about what they're going to do for you. Oh, yes, yes, yes. As I call them, these perfect politicians. They'll tell you anything and everything to get your vote. But you know I'm not a politician. I don't tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what it is. And then you can decide if you want to work with me or not. People running for these positions on the BUNC, Bargaining Unit Negotiating Council, they'll run for chair, vice chair, alternate vice chair, and then they'll have some other members on that team. And then they'll have some alternates. They're going to make speeches, and they're going to tell you, I'm going to do everything to fight for our members. I want you to remember that statement. When they tell you they're going to do everything they can to fight for our members, they've been saying that for years, a lot of these people who are running for re-election. And I want you to hold them accountable. Watch them. Listen to how they say they're going to fight for their members. This contract we have that expires on June 30th, 2023, represents everyone in our union, dues-paying member and non-member. And we want all of our non-members to become dues-paying members, and that's why we're doing this so out in the open. And that's why you see me exposing people for who they are. So we can, quote, create a new culture of excellence. So people will know that we're transparent, we have courage, we have the integrity, and we have the vision to know that we are a labor union and the politicians are not our bosses. Some of these people who are running for office are some of the same people, in fact, the bunk chairs who are running for office, again, are the same people who decided to give up your money while under a signed contract. Oh, yes, they did. And that was going to be 2 days of pay for 2 straight fiscal years. And they told you that was the right thing to do. Let me tell you something. That was a decision that was made, and we went through that great tribulation. But we know tribulations work with patience in our life. That's what we know. And I'm telling you, as your chief negotiator, we will never, ever, and I mean never, give up our money while under a signed contract. So when these people are campaigning in these breakout rooms, giving you their speeches of a lifetime, and there are some good talkers, oh yes they are. I want to hear them say, I will never, ever give up your money under a signed contract. That's what a labor leader does. That's what a labor union does. You never, ever give up money under a signed contract. What are you thinking about? That's what I want to hear them say. And those who were bunk chairs, who decided to give up our money, maybe, possibly, they will make an apology for destroying many of our lives. Because some people live paycheck to paycheck in this great country. And unfortunately, we have some of those people in our union. And those bunk chairs who decided to give up your 2 days of pay for 2 fiscal years, maybe today, if they're running again for bunk chair or for vice chair or alternate vice chair or running for the bunk team, they'll make the apology. Woo. See, we ran through this thing yesterday, and the staff said, Richard, here's your script. We want you to say it just like this. And I said, okay. But today I feel something different. And when people ask me, why doesn't Local 1000 change? Look at leadership. If you keep electing the same people over and over and over again, what do you expect? You'll get the same result. And all these contracts over the years, we did a PowerPoint presentation last Wednesday night talking about these issues. And here we are today at SBAC. Today and tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock sharp. They asked me, they said, Richard, can you keep your words, your vision? Can you keep it to a few minutes? No, I can't. Now, next weekend, I'll be totally scripted. The staff will have me perfectly in line. They'll tell me everything to say. They'll tell me everything to do. But not today. Maybe not next weekend. I guess there's a 33, 34% chance that I'll act accordingly next weekend. I'm gonna take a few minutes and I'm gonna talk to you. Because when you go to these breakout rooms, observers, and you hear these speeches, and they tell you it's all for the members, and they want to leave out the represent employees, our non-members, but yet they tell you they want to drive up membership. Well, how can you drive up membership when you alienate our non-members? How can you drive up membership when you're talking about social justice causes that fit one political party but not the other political parties? How can you do that? You can't. That means you are satisfied with the status quo. Some of these D-birds, they love the status. It's safe. It's comfortable. They like the perks of getting full-time union leave. What are they doing on full-time union leave, you say? No one knows. What we do know is we've lost money over and over again over the years. Some of these D-birds and the bunk chairs who believe in the fact that our dignity is controlled by the state of California, and they're going to run again, maybe they'll say today that they were wrong. And they'll say it tomorrow as well, that they were wrong. Our dignity is not controlled by the state of California. Cal HR will not be the final decision maker over our dignity. We will take it to arbitration. Maybe they'll say that mandatory overtime for the healthcare workers in state hospitals and behind those prison walls, it's over. I'm in a great mood. I really am. I'm in a fantastic mood. I'm fired up. I'm excited. A historic number of people are watching this. This video will be watched over and over again throughout the years. I told you I had a blessing from God to put me here. You tell me you don't want to hear about my blessing from God, but you're going to hear about it anyway in this great country. We're going to elect a real team, hopefully. We got 10 different bargaining units. But the days of these contracts, these childlike contracts, are over. We're going to, quote, create a real contract, this next contract. And we need people who are willing to fight, people who are willing to come outside their comfort zone, people who are willing to work with other people. That's what we need, and that's what we're going to have. And that leadership starts with myself as the chief negotiator. There is no other chief negotiator in this union but me. When I was elected, that's what you elected me to do. The voters across all 51 DLCs, all the 730-some different job classifications. You believed in me and my platform, and I believe in you. There are people who are trying to destroy our union. There are people in our union who ran in elections against no one. And now they say they speak on behalf of their DLC, when we know that's not true. We did a PowerPoint presentation about that. And that's why we've been doing all these PowerPoint presentations, and that's why our website is totally open. So you can go, review, you can make copies of the website. And what you'll see is over the years, we've never had a union. So when they tell you we want to make a change, you can't change what you never had. You never had a relationship with a union because you never had a union. You had a social justice organization that believes that the politicians are your bosses, and they use phrases like, it's for my members, it's for my members. That's what they say. You don't hear them say, we're going to fight the state of California. You don't hear them say, they're not our bosses. You don't hear them say, we will get a substantial pay increase. Let me say this to you as your chief negotiator, and I'm saying this to those in bargaining unit 11. You voted that contract down. Our current contract, you voted down the first time, and they told you you had to vote again. They brought you the same contract you voted down, and then somehow, mysteriously, it got passed. Let me tell you something. Each bargaining unit, if your bargaining unit votes a contract down, you won't vote on that same contract when I'm your chief negotiator. And you won't have to worry about getting a bad contract to vote on to begin with, because we're going to make sure you get a quality contract to vote on, each bargaining unit. Now, I could go on for the next 3 hours. You know I can. You know what's in me. I can talk with the best of them. And some of these people in our union who spread all these lies about our union and about me, they think that they won't get caught. They will be exposed, and I will expose them. And we're starting today with this SBAC to put a team together of people, motivated people who are willing to fight for you, who are willing to run through the wall for you. And let me say this to the upcoming bunk team. I'm not going to keep you up all hours of the night. When we bargain, 8-hour day, maybe a 10-hour day, I'm not going to wear you out and mentally exhaust you. And then when you're on your last breath, I say, go on and give the state what they want. I can guarantee you, you won't hear that from me. See, there are people who don't care about you, but yet they come in the light appearing to help you, but it's not true. And then they tell you that I'm crazy and I'm angry, a racist stereotype for a black man in this country who's outspoken, college educated, served the country, and ain't playing games with politicians. That's why they don't want me around here. I'm disrupting the money flow. That's what a real leader does, a labor union leader. You're going to see a lot of action today. When we open this up for the Q&A, you're going to see the critics come for me. You're going to see them come, and they're going to try to act like they're so sincere and that, they have righteous intentions, but that's a lie. When they come for me, I'm going to be professional. But when I expose them, when I start to dig in their chest, they're going to say that I'm being combative, and then they're going to try to say, this is not a good SBAC. Let's throw this SBAC out and do it again. We don't like you, Richard. Mark my words. They're coming. And that gift from God that I can see out, I can see it, and when he gives me the dreams, I can interpret the dreams, and when he puts people around me that have dreams, and they come and tell me their dreams, I can interpret those dreams, and I know what they mean. Keep watching me. You watched me when I campaigned, and I told you, this is it. This is our time. We're going into a new era for Local 1000 in the year of 2021. That's what we're going to do. But before you can go into a new era, sometimes you have to throw out the laundry, the dirty laundry. And sometimes it's bad when you have to take your dirty laundry to the laundromat and people see how dirty it is. And sometimes you can't even get it clean. You have to throw it out completely. And sometimes the dirty laundry does not want to be exposed for who they are. So they turn around and they spread the narrative against me. And they try to convince you that Richard can't lead us to the promised land. They want to keep you in the wilderness of darkness and destruction. They want to keep you on your hands and knees as slaves and tell you, be thankful that you're a slave. Be thankful that the politicians give us what they give us. Listen to how I said that. They'll tell you the state didn't want to give us this. What are you talking about? Do you know how to negotiate? They'll tell you we had to give up something to get something. How many days over and over again have you given your life to the state of California voluntarily? And what has the state done for you? With all their bad behaving bosses, and I'm not saying every boss in the state of California is a bad behaving, egotistical, self-serving, know-it-all boss. Not every single one, because I don't want to stereotype. But there's enough. You have given yourself to the state of California day after day. And said to yourself, why? I belong to a union. Why is my union not fighting for me? What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't care about you. They never have, and they never will. The only thing they care about is their salary stipends, their union leave, taking pictures with politicians. That's all that they care about. That's who they are. That's their destiny. And that's why they say, when you have that special destiny to do something great, to inspire others, to touch their lives, to help them, not just morally, not just ethically, but financially, so they can touch their children's lives. When you have that special type of blessing, you didn't choose the blessing chose you. And that's why I said I was created. I am not evolved. This destiny that I'm on was predestined for me. And if you believe in the power of righteousness, of the spirit world that God lays down on you, then you know what I'm saying. And you know that the truth is in me. And I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not going to destroy you financially. I'm not going to destroy this union. And when they tell you these lies, you know they're lies. When we start this Q&A, you watch how I expose these people for who they are. Now, we have a schedule. We'll try to stick to the schedule, but we'll blow the schedule up. This election, today and tomorrow, will happen. And you're going to see a lot of people talk that talk and pretend that they're being sincere. I told you ahead of time. All right. My name's Richard Lewis Brown. I'm your Local 1000 president. And so here's what we're going to do. It says we're going to do a Q&A, and then we're going to go into what is the bunk, the responsibilities and stuff. So check this out. You know what we're going to do? And the staff doesn't know it. We're not going to do the Q&A. We're going to skip to what is the bunk. We'll go through that. We'll go through the election logistics. And then, we'll try to go to lunch on time. But we'll do a Q&A, and if the Q&A goes past lunch, then we'll find out that lunch is not really that important for us. So all the questions and answers for the Q&A, if we run past the 11:30, that means that people have more questions and are more concerned that lunch is not that important. That's what we're going to find out. So let's go to what is the bunk. All right, so they have the perfect script. The staff is just perfect. I tell the staff 7 minus 4 is 3. I told the staff 7 minus 4 is 3 for all 7 days of the week. They laughed at me when I said that to them. 7 minus 4 is 3. They laughed when I said it to them. It's funny. 7 minus 4 is 3 for all 7 days of the week. All right, fair enough. People laugh at me all the time. I accept the criticism. All right, bunk roles and responsibilities. So, how many people know what the bargaining unit, negotiating committee, or bunk, how many people really know what that means? Okay, so if you don't know, and many of you are new to the SBAC, and understanding what the bargaining unit negotiating committee, or what we call the bunk, does is part of what we're going to learn today. Now, I want everyone who has their hands up, keep them up for a minute. And I'm looking in the queue here, and I see a lot of hands raised. And the hands that I see raised, now these people are experienced people. So I know that they know what bunk means and everything. But we're going to continue on here. And we're going to go through these slides. And wow, a lot of people came today. 249 people came. Still not enough. We want more. We always want more. All right, so let's go to the first slide here. Well. We're going to start with a poll question. What are the roles of a bunk? Bargaining unit negotiating. As I call it council, but they say committee. What are the roles? Is it A, bargain with the state during contract negotiations? Is it B, support the chair in representing the unit during meet and confers, layoff tables, or other negotiations in between bargaining cycles? Is it C, help support the chair in contract implementation, long-term strategic planning? Or is it D, all of the above? Now, it's funny. It looks like everyone has weighed in. Oh, they're still counting. Okay. Now, it says here, the bunk may represent the unit at meet and confers, which is a type of bargaining that occurs between master and unit contract negotiations. Whenever the state or any department implements or changes a policy that affects our wages, benefits, or working conditions, we have a right to a meet and confer where we can negotiate over the impact of changes. Agreements reached at meet and confers become part of the current contract known as side letters. Now, I read that to you about the bunk and the meet and confers. I'll read it to you again. The bunk may also represent the unit at meet and confers, which is a type of bargaining that occurs between master and unit contract negotiations. A master contract, the entire contract, or a unit for a particular unit, bargaining 1 or 3 or whatever. We have 10 different bargaining units. All right. Whenever the state or any department implements or changes a policy that affects our wages, benefits, or working conditions, we have a right to the meet and confer where we can negotiate over the impact of changes. This is how I said that. And if you do that, it's a side letter. Remember when they were saying that we should let the state just tell us what to do? you have to do this and you have to do that, and Richard shouldn't be fighting these people. But yet it's telling you that's not true. It appears that the people know this because they marked D for all the above. And that is correct. So we can end that poll. I want people to remember that though. The state just can't come in and change things in our contract without doing a meet and confer with us. All right, so let's go to the next, we have a second poll question. So we're gonna go to our second poll question. Oh, wait, so here we go, look at this. We have 10 separate bargaining units. We have Unit 1, Unit 3, Unit 4, Unit 11, 14, 15, 17, 20, and 21. And the state bar, 10 separate, but equal. One of the few times you hear separate and equal, it's an okay thing. And all 10 will have a chair, a chairperson, chairwoman, chairman. What's that chair's responsibilities? Is it A, represent the unit during negotiations and be the official SBAC and bunk spokesman? Is it B, chair meetings of the SBAC and bunk? Is it C, carry out the decisions set by SBAC and bunk? Or is it D, appoint all standing unit committees? These are usually meet and confers outside the contract bargaining. And so people were voting. And as I mentioned before, our current chairs were part of the decision to give up your money, 2 days of pay, for 2 straight fiscal years. And so we're still waiting for all the votes to come in. Yeah, this is a tough one. So we'll say it again. A, represent the unit during negotiations, be the official SBAC and bunk spokesperson. Chair the meetings of the SBAC and bunk. Carry out the decisions by SBAC and bunk. Appoint all standing committees. So we're still waiting. So they're still voting. So we're still voting. All right, so we got more people who have to still vote. And hold on one second. Hold on one second here. All right, so what is the answer to this question? Is it A, represent the unit during negotiations and be the official SBAC and BUNC spokesperson? Is it B, chair meetings of the SBAC and BUNC? Is it C, carry out the decisions set by SBAC and BUNC? Appoint all standing unit committees? These are usually meet and confers outside of contract bargaining. Now, some people say this is a trick question. And I think it's in the wording. So it looks like A is the one that's the popular choice. Represent the unit, their particular unit, during negotiations. That's absolutely true. And be the official SBAC and BUNC spokesperson for their particular unit. That's true. Do they really chair the meetings of the SBAC and BUNC? For their particular bargaining unit, they do. As you know, I called for SBAC. I'm the president of Local 1000. So that's not really wrong either, depending on how you read it. Carry out the decisions by the SBAC and BUNC. That's a chair's responsibility. And then D, appoint all standing unit committees. That's interesting. These are usually meet and confers outside the contract bargaining. But when you do those standing committees, those people would need full-time union leave. And so that falls under the power of the Local 1000 president. But they'll still be very influential in saying, hey, Richard, we need these people with their expertise to help us with these meet and confers. So that could be true too. So it's a possibility, a strong possibility, that A is the most correct answer, but all the other answers are also correct up to a certain degree. That was a hard poll question, but a very, very good one. All right, so we'll end that poll, and we'll go to the next poll question. The vice chair and alternate vice chair responsibilities. The vice chair shall serve as the chairperson in the absence of the chair. The alternate vice chair shall serve as the chairperson in the absence of the chairperson and the vice chairperson. Now, what we didn't show you was a slide for the chairperson, because we just obviously know that the chairperson has these great responsibilities. But we'll repeat this for you. The vice chair responsibilities. The vice chair shall serve as the chairperson in the absence of the chair. And then the alternate vice chair shall serve as the chairperson in the absence of the chairperson and vice chairperson. Now, has that ever happened? That I don't know. There's always a first time. But you have your chairperson, and then you have your vice chair in case the chair can't make it. Sometimes a chair may get sick and go out for a little while, and so the vice chair will be the acting chair. And if that person wasn't there, then the alternate would take over as the acting chair if the vice chair wasn't there for the chairperson. That's pretty self-explanatory. All right, so we're going to go to the next slide. Flexibility. And then we'll come back to that slide about the chair, because that chair is a very important position. The chair for all 10 bargaining units has a position on the board of directors. So they have a crucial vote. That's very important. All right, flexibility. Being part of the bargaining team requires flexibility. At a moment's notice, the plan for a day can change when you're in bargaining. Now, I've already stated that we're not going to have our people bargaining 24 hours in a day. That's ridiculous. 8 to 10 hours is the most we should ever have a person trying to do this type of intense, monumental work. The ability to adapt to change is crucial. It's no different than on your regular job. Sometimes they change things on you, so they always ask you when they hire you, do you have the ability to change? Change to the work operational needs. So our BUNC team has to have that same ability when we're bargaining in good faith with the state of California. So, we're going to go to the next slide. But that flexibility, in fact, let's write that word down. That's really, really a good word. Flexibility. Sometimes you wonder if people are more flexible and give me an opportunity to do my job, uh, maybe we wouldn't have all these internal battles right now. So it's ironic how the word flexibility that we're asking our bunk team to do, but yet we have people in Local 1000 who don't have the flexibility to allow me to do my job as the Local 1000 president with my powers. That's interesting. All right, so let's move to the next slide. Attention to detail. Once again, attention to detail. Bargaining involves a lot of paper, tablet, new drafts or proposals. You may have tech issues, changes, edits, counter proposals, thousands of pages of notes. In other words, attention to detail means what? Tedious work, analytical work. The bunk reads everything. Now, listen to this. Words and punctuation matter. Let's go back over that for a second. Words and punctuation matter. I want you to hear this loud and clear. There are words in our contract that shouldn't be there. Words like, let me give you a phrase, because I hear it every single day when they tell me, you're not getting the job done, Richard, work harder. Shall endeavor as your chief negotiator. That phrase, shall endeavor, won't be anywhere in that contract, our next contract. Shall endeavor. So I tried to give you my best. It didn't work out. Oh, well. That's what management tells you every single day. I shall endeavor to treat you with respect and dignity, but, oh, well, I did the best I could. Words and punctuation matter. Shall endeavor. We need a contract that has more straightforward words and not these subjective words that leaves all the power to the state of California. Words and punctuation matter, and I hope the new bunk team for all the 10 different bargaining units understand that. I really, really do. All right, so let's move to the next slide. Wow. Note-taking. What am I doing right now? Well, you see, I can't make this up. I just can't make this up. So, okay, so give us one moment. We want to make sure that our SBAC today and tomorrow is seen by everybody, and the interpreters are trying to be brought back. They can't be seen. So we don't want anyone to feel like we're leaving someone out. So give us a moment, and then they'll let me know when the interpreters can be seen. So give me one moment. We'll pause here at the note-taking. Okay, so hopefully everyone can hear me. They said that, when I talk loud, you can hear me. And then when I become dignified and professional and talk softer, you can't hear me. Well, it appears I can't win. All right, so we're back on the slide, note-taking. As you see here, I'm sitting down, and what am I doing? I'm taking notes on the things that I'm saying. For the bunk teams, everyone takes notes. That means it's a shared responsibility. Don't make someone else do all the work. All right. Each bunk member will build and keep a comprehensive binder that records the history of proposals and counterproposals that eventually become part of the MOU. The MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that's our contract. But the key word in that second bullet point, each, that doesn't mean just the bunk chair or the vice chair or the alternate vice chair or the members on the bunk. Everybody on that bunk team in those meetings must record everything. And each bunk member also has to help review, draft, and check the accuracy of the proposals. So you can't make one person do all the work on something this important. Everybody on the bunk plays a critical role in making sure we get this right. All right, next slide. All right, communication, and coordination with bargaining unit members. Well, that's the key in life. Whether you're on a bunk team here for Local 1000, whether you're in your office working, whether you're with your family or your friends, communication and coordination, those are the keys in life. Members of the bargaining team have the responsibility to communicate with the other DBERs, okay, DLC presidents, stewards, and activists. Now listen, see, that's a key word, an activist, in order to be the conduit between the bargaining team and the representatives in the work sites. Look at that key word, activist. An activist can be a dues-paying member or a non-dues-paying member. Remember, this contract covers all of us. So the members of the bunk team, the bargaining teams, it's their job to communicate to other people, the other DBERs, district bargaining unit reps, the DLC presidents. You always got to keep the DLC presidents informed. Other job stewards and activists. So that when we create a new contract, we didn't miss anything. No one knows everything for each particular bargaining unit. And so we have to communicate and coordinate. I say it again, we have to communicate and coordinate. And this communication goes both ways. And that's a tricky statement. It's not just one way or the other. We have to communicate with each other. Networks are the key to communication. That's why we're starting now. Okay, next slide. Knowledge and representation of all classifications within the bargaining unit. Now, you hear me say over 730 different job classifications, 10 bargaining units. No one can know everything. As a member of the bargaining team, it is your responsibility to know each of the classifications the bargaining unit represents and understands the issues that may affect them. That is a challenge of a lifetime. Now, for some bargaining units that are real small, maybe not so much. Bargaining unit 1 and 4, that's a lot of work, a lot of work. All right, the bargaining team is responsible to all represented, listen to this, the bargaining team is responsible to all represented classifications. Now, you hear me say this all the time, and you hear me get all this criticism, and it's telling you, because the contract represents all of us, whether you pay money or not. The bargaining team is responsible to all represented classifications, not just the dues-paying members. Everybody. Now, we want everyone to be a dues-paying member. We want everyone to be fully invested. You see, I got my vest on. Got this vest on. Okay? Fully vested. That means I have my powers. Fully vested. Yes, and I'm sending someone a message. Sorry. All right, so anyway, the bargaining team is responsible to all represented classifications, not just your own agenda, not just your own work site, not just your own specific classification. The bargaining team is responsible to everyone of that particular bargaining unit. That's what that means. Has it ever been applied before? No. That's my subjective opinion. No, it hasn't. You say, well, why do you say that, Richard? Well, why do some job classifications get special salary adjustments and others don't? That's why I say that. The bargaining team is responsible to all represented classifications, not just your own. Not just your own agenda or your own work site. You got to look out for everybody equally. Next slide. So, note taking, importance of self-care. Importance of self-care. Work is long and hard. Bargaining is a marathon, not a sprint. I'm going to repeat that for you. Leadership is a marathon and not a sprint. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it incorrectly. Let me try it again. Bargaining is a marathon. You can't get sometimes it all done in one day or in 2 or 3 months. It may go a period of time. It's not a sprint. All right? So you have to make sure you take care of yourself and take care of your family. Now, some of you say that family is the most important thing on earth. Some of you say that taking care of your family is the most important thing on earth. You're right. And I'm going to make sure that you have that money to take care of your family as well. All right. Bargaining can be stressful. Yes, bargaining can be stressful. Why is it so stressful? Money. Money, 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 money. That's why it's stressful. And your dignity. Money and your dignity in a workplace that's absent of bad behaving bosses. Yes. That's why bargaining is so stressful. So you need to make sure that you're prepared for that type of stress. You could be away from home, D-Burrs, who make it to the bunk team, for a long period of time. There is that possibility. Be ready. This is an amazing challenge that you're taking on. And so, Jason and the Argonauts, they went on that great trip. They were bargaining for their life. All right. And it was a volunteer bargain. They didn't have to do that, Jason and the Argonauts. They volunteered for that journey. All right. Next slide. The length of term. The length of term for the bunk position is roughly 3 years. From today and tomorrow, December 11th and 12th, to June 30th, 2024. That's a strange date. They said that this bunk position is roughly 3 years. And it should say also for the D-Burrs, the bunk and the D-Burrs. It's roughly 3 years from today, December 11th and 12th, to June 30th, 2024. That's a strange date. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. That's when my term ends. June 30th, 2024. You know I'm going to run for re-election, so put that in there. All right. So your term on the bunk doesn't end because bargaining is over and a contract has been agreed to and signed because of the meet and confers from the prior slide if they try to change something in our work environment or whatever. But you don't have to worry about your money changing, and you don't have to worry about, losing your job, because when we sign a contract, your money's guaranteed for life, and your job security under that contract is guaranteed. Ain't gonna be no layoffs. Let's see if you hear that in their speeches today and tomorrow. Let's see if someone says, when I negotiate for you, It will be in our contract. No POPs, no furloughs, no job loss, and no changing of our work environment. Let's see if they say that in their speeches. I bet they don't. Remember that 2010 to 2013 contract, no POP or furlough? Remember that one? No, wait, 2010. No, 2013 to 2016 was in that contract. All right, so let's go to the next slide. DBERS and CBER responsibilities. DBERS and CBERS are key to electing the bunk. Because remember, the DBERS and CBERS are the ones voting for your bunk leadership, your chair, your vice chair, your alternate vice chair, and the people on the bunk team, and then your first couple of alternates. The DBERS and CBERS of that particular bargaining unit. So when we had this past election, and you'll see on our website, on our transparent website, it should still be up, hopefully, the DBERS and CBERS and how they ran. Some ran unopposed, some ran in election, contested elections. They're the key to electing the bunk. How key are they? I'm not a DBER or CBER. I can't vote for nobody on the bunk team. That's how key they are. All right, so communicating during bargaining negotiations and approving the contract at the ratification SBAC. DBERS and CBERS are the subject matter experts for the bunk and chairs for reviewing notices and department policies. So what it's saying is the bunk and the bunk team and the chairs still rely on those DBERS and CBERS to help them for reviewing those notices so they can keep up with all of that work. And then it says your chair may ask you to be part of a team for a meet and confer, layoff table, and our other tables such as classification restructure. And we saw that in a prior slide about the chair responsibilities. And there it's telling you right there. The chair may ask you to be part of a team. And that's the absolute truth. Okay, next slide. Uh-oh. So before we take the quiz, let's go back to that chair slide. Somehow we missed the biggest part of it all. Right, but there's another chair slide, not just the chair responsibilities. There should be another chair slide. Before that one, just those two. Okay, all right, so let's go on and take the quiz. Give us one moment. We're gonna take a quiz here. All right, so let's, anytime we take a test or a quiz, it still causes me stress to this day. I don't know, all that education. Every time I get ready to take a test or a quiz, I start getting all nervous. I have to have a sip or something. All right, question 1, here we go. What does BUNC stand for? A, Bargaining Unit Navigation Committee. B, Bargaining Unit Negotiation Committee. C, Bargaining Union Negotiation Committee. Well, this is an obvious answer. Okay, and D, Burger Ultimate, no cheese. All right, so let's open up the poll. I think I already gave away the answer, so forgive me for that. Pay me no attention. So there's a race. I think people, okay, I don't think the right answer is being selected, but that's okay. We'll give people time to figure it out. We're at 131, so we're still counting. I gave away the answer. Maybe people weren't listening. Maybe I wasn't talking loud enough. That'll be the first time in U.S. history. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still live. Okay. you want to stop here? Okay, well, I guess people aren't trying to answer the question. So people believe that it's B, the bargaining unit negotiation committee. Well, and so no one believed that it was the bargaining unit negotiation committee? That's interesting. Well, B stands for Brown, so it has to be right. All right. And we know that A, the bargaining unit navigation committee, that sounds like that should be the right answer if you drive a leaking navigator. All right. So it is B, the bargaining unit negotiation committee. If you look in our policy file, it'll say that. But if you look at our SBAC rules, where's those SBAC rules at? It'll say council. Where's it at? I know I had it in front of me. Bam, got it. All right. So in our SBAC rules, it says bargaining unit negotiating council. But in our policy file, it says committee. So I don't know if this is going to destroy our SBAC because of the words. I don't know. All right. So moving on, question 2. The chair. The chair, which, I called for this meeting, so I guess I'm chairing this meeting. So, any meetings that we have here for Local 1000 are always called by the president and no one else. So I don't want no one to get confused. They say, well, Richard, you're the chair. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm the chair. I'm the president. So, but this is relating to SBAC. All right? So the chair is elected by A, the general membership, B, the board of directors. I hate that term, the board of directors. That's a corporate term. I mean, we're fighting these corporations, but yet we're using their terms. I don't understand that. Anyway, C, the unit SBAC, or D, the Central Labor Council that we are proudly affiliated with here in Sacramento. Okay, so let's open up the poll. All right, so we're still trying to get everyone to answer. And someone's saying, speaking to the microphone, Richard. So that's what I'm trying to do. All right. So I guess no one else wants to participate. All right. So it looks like the unit SBAC. That's correct. All right. So it's the unit SBAC. So each particular bargaining unit will select their chair and their vice chair and their alternate vice chair and the other people on their bunk. All right. So question 3. Which is not a real bunk position? I'm sorry. So we're going to close out. We're going to close out that poll and we're going to go to question 3. Forgive me. Thank you. Right. So, okay. So, all right. So we can see our interpreter. Very good. I see you, Cindy. All right. So question 3. Which is not a real bunk position? Is it A, the chair? Is it B, the assistant to the chair? C, the alternate vice chair? Or D, the vice chair? So, what is not a real bunk position? All right, so let's open this up. I think I know the answer on this. I said, well, let everybody answer this. Okay. And if anyone, okay. And so it looks like, okay, so it looks like, oh, we have people still answering. I'll be quiet. All right. So it looks like everyone is done answering the question. So it looks like some people were afraid to answer. So listen, it's not a, don't be afraid to answer if you have the question wrong. Because sometimes we have to get things wrong until we get them right. So there's a lot of people in the queue, and I don't see any more clicks. All right. So which is not a real bunk position? And they are absolutely correct, 93%. The assistant to the chair. So you hear me talk about the chair, the vice chair, and the alternate vice chair. The gold, the silver, and the bronze. All right. Okay, so let's go to question 4. All right, this is a tough one. Who on the bunk do not regularly attend negotiations? Is it A, the vice chair? Is it B, the alternate bunk members? Is it C, the alternate vice chair? Or is it D, the chair? So let's open up the poll. All right, so the answer B, 87%, the alternate bunk members. You know what? That is absolutely the correct answer. All right. All right. So, do we have a question 5? We're going to exit the poll. Thank you. Uh-oh. What is the role of bunk members? A, bargain with the state during negotiations. B, assist the chair in unit programs and contract implementation. C, assist the chair during meet and confers, layoff table, and as needed with notice and policy review. D, all the above, and there should be an E on here. It's complicated. So, all right, so let's open up the poll here. Remember, E is it's complicated. Okay. All right. We're still counting. All right. So it looks like D, all the above, no E for it's complicated. So D is the answer. So we'll exit out of this poll. And the role of the bunk members, bargain with the state, bargain with the state during negotiations. B, assist the chair in unit programs and contract implementation. C, assist the chair during meet and confers, layoff table, and as needed with notice and policy review. And D, all the above. It is D, all the above. Perfect. All right, do we have any more questions? Oh, we're out of time. So I guess we won't go through the rest of the questions. All right, so we're going to go to the elections logistics. So we're going to exit out of the poll, and hopefully the quiz helped everyone. And I know it's a lot of information. To cover. So we're going to go to the election logistics. And I know many of you are concerned about this virtual SBAC, Statewide Bargaining Advisory Committee. But this is a record number of people registered for this, close to 400. And I think that's fantastic. That a record number of people registered for this, over close to 400. And that tells you that people care. And on a Saturday morning, they could be spending time with their family, watching cartoons with their kids. So I think that's wonderful. And we deeply appreciate everyone tuning in. We really do. And I know it's challenging. And I know sometimes people have internet connection problems and stuff like that. So thank you for attending this. We really, really appreciate it. All right, so we're going to get to these slides here. And, we do have an elections committee, and we have a protest committee, and they're watching. So they'll watch this general session, and then they'll be watching the different breakout rooms. And, I want everyone to realize this. We're going to have a fair and transparent process. Let me say it for you again, because I ran on part of my platform, number 7 on my platform, create trust and accountability. Listen to how I said this. I didn't say change it. I said create trust and accountability through videotaping the entire voting process, and I was referring to the general elections. But wait a minute. Quarterly General Council / BOD meetings. And I left out the word SBAC. I just naturally said the General Councils were, quote, the SBAC included. And so we're creating this fair and transparent process in front of the whole world. That's fantastic. And that lets our non-members know we need you, non-members. Membership drive, no membership drive. We need you. We need you involved. And so we're putting our best foot forward. And some people say, well, Richard, some of your videos. Well, yes. I'm as real as you'll ever see. You'll never have a leader like me ever again in Local 1000 history. Book it. But we're going to have a fair and transparent process. That's why it's being streamed to our website right now. So you know exactly what's going on. So you can never say you don't know what's going on with Local 1000. You didn't know about the SBAC election. You don't know how anything gets done. That's not true. You just had to spend a little time and watch a video and sit back and relax. And so to all of our non-members, please join our union. Join the family. And we're like your family. We have some people you love in your family, you'll love them to death. And then there's some other people in the family, you love them. During the holidays when you see them, when you put on your best customer service skills in front of mom and dad, in front of granny and grandpa. But we need you to join our union, non-members. And that's why we're putting all this out. All right, next slide. Election committee, appointed by myself. They'll attend every unit election, 10. And then the staff is here, making sure that everything runs correctly. And we have some an outside vendor, Metro Media in Sacramento. Let me say their name for them again. Metro Media in Sacramento is helping us in such a marvelous way. In fact, when you come to the board of directors meeting next weekend, 300 J Street, Holiday Inn, 8 to 3, Saturday and Sunday, you'll see the incredible Metro Media. I think they're a small company, but if they keep working with Local 1000, you won't stay small. Because where we go, money follows. Oh, moving on. Next slide. Unit breakouts. All right, so let's take our time and understand this. And you see I have my little pen and paper. All right, staggered elections today and Sunday. Let's see how we're going to do this. And then we're going to post the results on our website, on our transparent website that's beautifully designed. All right, so it looks like today it's 3, bargaining unit 3. 11, 14, 15. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? And 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Staggered elections starting after lunch. Units 3, 11, 14, 15, and 21. These are small bargaining units. I want to say 14 is the smallest we have. That's today after lunch. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock sharp, and you'll be able to view these in the breakout rooms on our website, but not on Facebook. Tomorrow morning, you'll see 1, 4. Somebody listen here. 17, 20, and State Bar. Let me say that for you again. Oh, I had the slides. Oh, freak. Okay, sorry. So here we go. It's on the slide. Breakout today, then after lunch. 3, 11, 14, 15, and 21. Let's take a look at that again. Today, after lunch, hopefully starting at 1 p.m., but we may run an hour or two late. We never know. Bargaining units 3, those are the teachers. 11, I don't want to say those are the, quote, super smart people, but those are people who have really complicated jobs. The techs, transportation engineering technicians, sanitary technicians, and there's a few other classifications in there. 14, the printers. Unit 15, custodians and a few other job classifications, like I believe supervising cooks. And Unit 21 are educational consultants. Now it says on here, after 15 is done. So it looks like 3, and then 14, 15, and then 11 and 21. So let's look at that one last time. Unit 3, (14, 15, 11, and 21). You can go to our website on our homepage, and you can go to any of these breakout rooms as observers. You can't vote. Now, if you're that particular bargaining unit, you'll go to your breakout room and you'll be able to vote. But anybody else can go to the breakout room and watch as an observer. Now, why do I say that? Because I don't want anyone to think, because someone may say, well, we have to do an elections protest because I went in there and I voted. That's not going to happen. Let's say that for you again. You can go to the breakout rooms and watch. Unless you're a Deber, when you go to that breakout room, you can vote, and your vote will be anonymous. That's important to understand. That's transparency. I don't think that's ever been done before in Local 1000 history. That's transparency. All right, so let's go to the next slide. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, listen to this. There's no general session tomorrow. It's showtime right off the top. 10 o'clock, go to SEIU1000.org and you can watch these different breakout rooms. Unit 1, that's, as I call it, the big one. 55,000 people in there that's represented. Unit 4, after State Bar is done. Unit 17, after 20 is done. So it looks like 1, State Bar, 20. Oh, I see. And then Unit 4. All right. You'll see that Unit 1 and 4 are our biggest bargaining units. State Bar, I believe, is somewhat small. Unit 20 and 17, they have a nice size. So that's for tomorrow on Sunday, 10 o'clock sharp. You have to come on time. It starts at 10 o'clock sharp to our website, SEIU1000.org, on our homepage. You should be able to clearly find it. Should be no confusion in finding the link today or tomorrow for the breakout rooms. All right, next slide. Oh, well, that was quick. That was quick. All right. So now, what we're going to do, hold on one second here. We're going to open this up here in a moment. At 11:30, we're going to open up for questions. If anybody has any questions or concerns, we're going to open at 11:30. So I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to stretch my legs. If you have to stretch your legs or go use the restroom or whatever, please do. And then we'll take the questions. And then, if there's not any questions, everyone wants to go to lunch and get ready for the elections for, 3, 11, 14, 15, and 21. Fantastic. For those, for those in the other bargaining units, they can stay to watch the first few bargaining units today if they choose. They don't have to. But I think it's going to be fascinating to watch other bargaining units and watch the speeches. I think that's going to be fascinating because I believe they have a 2-minute window. And so what you're going to see people do is you'll see them read from a script. They'll have a little thing and they'll say, hi, I'm so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. And then you'll be able to feel their sincerity when they read from the script. Some people can read from their heart. And then some people are going to give you the same words that you've heard before in the past. But this time, everyone's going to hear it. So you may see some people with a little bit of stage fright. Don't judge them if they have stage fright. I repeat, do not judge anyone that has stage fright. It is not easy. Oh, boy. It is not easy talking to people live and having to say what you have to say in 2 minutes or less. When you see those people on TV, those are the very, very best at what they do. So if people get a little long-winded and they go past their 2 minutes, I hope they get a little bit of grace, but they may not. The elections committee and the protest committee, they'll be watching. So we want everyone to do their very best when they give their speeches. We want everyone to be successful in their efforts to either maintain their bunk chair, vice chair, alternate vice chair, or on the bunk team. We wish them success. And we wish anyone else who wants to run, we wish them success. So even though you heard me earlier say certain things, I don't want you to say that Richard tried to influence some person against another person. No, no, no. Chris, can you hand me something? Chris? Oh, no, I'm good, Chris. Thanks. I was just talking to Chris. All right, so I want everyone to do their very best. And some people feel strongly for me and against me. But the most important fact is that we are a family, whether we like it or not. So I want everyone to do their very best, and I wish everyone equal success when they run for office, because I'm not a hypocrite. All right, so let's take a stop. We'll start back up at 11:30 here. All right, we're back. 11:33. Not exactly 11:30. So there's something I did wrong, and I'm gonna cover these three little areas, and then we'll open it for Q&A, and we're gonna make everyone feel totally happy. All right, so here we go. The nominations for the SBAC may only run for one office at a time. So you can't run for the chair and the vice chair and the alternate vice chair, so that you'd be all the chairs altogether, which is very interesting. You may only run for one office, and in this union, you can only hold one office. I want you to remember that. In this union, by our policy file, you can only have one office. And the policy file hasn't been changed. We haven't had a board meeting to change the policy file. I haven't called for a board meeting where it changed the policy file. So, as you can see, this supports that. You can only run for one office at a time. 2-minute speech. Now, I said someone may get stage fright and they may go 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Will that cause an elections protest to destroy the election of that particular bargaining unit? I don't know. I'm not on the elections committee or the protest committee. Now, only bunk, not alternates, may run for officer positions. Let's cover that. Only bunk. So you make it to the bunk team, which is a few seats, and then from those seats, you may run for chair, vice chair, alternate vice chair. But on the bunk team, there's a few positions called alternates. First alternate, second alternate, third alternate. They can't run for the officer positions. Only those on the bunk team. Self-nominations are permitted. Now, I can't nominate myself to run for, for the bargaining unit 14. I can't do that. I like to, but I can't. Because I'm not a D-Bur or a C-Bur, and I'm already in a position, an officer position. I have one office, so I can't run. All right, next slide. Voting. Secret ballot, anonymous. So even though the observers can go to the breakout rooms today and tomorrow, they can't vote. Only those D-Burs and C-Burs can vote. And how they vote will be secret. Results tabulated by Zoom and posted on screen. No proxy voting. You got to be here. You got to be present to vote. The elections are live streamed on the website, SEIU1000.org, on our homepage on a clearly marked, easy to find link. Easy to find link. Whether you're on your desktop or on your cell phone. Yes. Yes. All right. Next slide. Protests. We have a protest committee. I told you that. Only the candidate may file protests. So I can't file for, quote, my friend because she didn't win. Can't do that. Only the candidate may file a protest. Now, when they end the election, for each particular bargaining unit, they'll say, we're done at 1:45. You got 1 hour to file from the end of that unit election. Tell the staff in breakout you want to file a protest. Do not wait. You got 1 hour. Now, protest committee decisions are final and binding. Protest committee decisions are final and binding. Now, to some of you, they say, so what? We'll still challenge it anyway. We don't like you as a president of Local 1000. We don't like the fact that you did this by Zoom. We don't like you. Everything you do, Richard Lewis Brown, we're going to challenge. You know what? This is America. We were built off a challenge, okay? We've been challenging and challenging since the time we got started in this country. How do I know that? I just asked my ancestors. Oh, sorry. Moving on. Oh, that's it. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have fun now. We're going to open up the Q&A. And I know a lot of people have a lot to say. Thank you for your patience. You've been wonderful. We started at 10 o'clock. We are now at almost 11:40. Your patience is amazing, and I applaud you. All right. All right. So let's open up. First person, Terry Pilbert. Go ahead, Terry.
There we go. Finally got unmuted. Morning,
Terry
Richard.
Pilbert. Yes, sir.
First of all, you open this saying this is the.
So we're gonna unmute you. We have Terry Hibbert, and we're gonna unmute you here in a second.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes. Speak up just a little bit.
Okay. Good morning. What's left of it? You started the meeting saying this was a SBAC committee. The SBAC committee, per the policy file, says that the vice president in charge of bargaining is in charge of this meeting. I'm just wondering where she is. Also, the policy file also states that if there are any protests, that the candidate for the office may file a protest with the vice president for bargaining, not with your election committee directly.
So, sir,
I wanted to just clarify those.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure if you're reading the policy file correctly. So, if you want to, have a long debate about this, we can. I don't have a problem with it.
12.2.01 in the policy file, Part B says Vice President for Bargaining shall immediately appoint a hearing officer to hear the protest and determine the validity of the protest.
So here's what we're going to do. Let's take a break for one moment. And we're going to answer that question. Terry, and I'm trying to remember if Tony Owens had any part of the last SBAC in 2018. So give me one moment, sir. Okay. Terry, are you still there? Terry, are you still there?
There, can you hear me now?
Sure. So listen.
Okay,
So 12.2, the vice president of bargaining or designee shall immediately appoint a hearing officer to hear the protest and determine the validity of the protest. The decision of the hearing officer is final and binding. I've appointed the protest committee. Irene Green has never stated to me that she wanted to do that. So as a president of Local 1000, I had to take action. Here's the second part of this. This is where things get a little tough. So you're in 12.2.01. You're there accurately. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to Division 3, where it talks about hold on one second here. The roles of the officers. So, VP of bargaining presides over meetings of the bunk chairs. This is an SBAC. Serving as a liaison to the executive committee for the bunk chairs. Yes. Acting as spokesperson for the bunk chairs. Yes. Performing all other duties assigned by the president. Yes. Serving as chair of the Local 1000 Bargaining Committee. Yes. Assisting the president or designee with the master contract negotiations. So that assisting the president or designee with the master contract negotiations, before we could even get there, we have to start here with our SBAC. So it clearly states in this section what the role of the VP of bargaining is. It's a little less clear in the 12.2 that you mentioned. Could there be some conflict there? Possibly. But now we go back to past practice and custom. And this is where things become quite political in Local 1000. And so now we're saying this in front of the whole world. I'm being informed that the former VP of bargaining, Tony Owens, was completely shut out of any SBAC. And he had no role in SBAC in the past. And so because of that past practice, and he said, well, two wrongs don't make it right. I will say this to you. When you add two negative numbers or energy, when you add it, you go deeper into the negative.
correct.
That's math. However, Mr. Hibbard, when you take two negative energies and through the great power of God, you multiply it, those two negatives become positive.
So you're justifying a negative
what I'm saying,
for your negative to
what I'm
justify
saying,
your actions.
What I'm saying is she never articulated to me about wanting to do this protest. I assigned an elections committee and a protest committee.
So
When I started, hold on, let me finish. When I started here, June 30th, I said that I should be able to appoint elections committees and protest committees. I was told I was incorrect. And then a few weeks later, I was told I was correct when it involved the redo of the VP of bargaining that Irene won a second time that she should not have had to do. I appointed the elections committee and protest committee on that. And so I applied the same principle here.
but this is a different meeting.
Wait a minute. It's a different meeting, but it's still elections. So when I read her duties for the VP of bargaining, it does not say that under her duties. And as the
Well, we
Local 1000
interpret it different than Richard.
Well, you know what, sir? You know what? You're right, we do.
And I have a little more experience in interpreting the contract.
Well, you
than
know what,
do.
hold on, Mr. Hibbert. Well, since you want to talk about experience in interpreting the contract, can you tell everyone across the nation why you agreed to give up our money, 2 days of pay while under a signed contract? Can you like to interpret and tell us your great intelligence on that issue, since you're running for bunk chair again? I'll let you take the mic. Go ahead.
Well, you're already trying to intimidate people to vote anyway.
No, what I'm doing, see, that's a nice try, Mr. Hibbert, by saying—
Oh, no. It's not a nice try,
No,
Richard.
wait. Let me finish, and then I won't cut you off. This is why we're doing this at the end. You can try to say that I'm intimidating. What I stated was I'm an articulate, educated military veteran, a black man. And what I'm saying is, you said you have more experience. Yes, on the resume you do. But since you have so much experience, then tell the people why you and the bunk chairs decided to give up 2 days of pay while under a signed contract for 2 years with your great experience, since you said that my interpretation of the policy file doesn't fit your needs. Go ahead, sir.
Well, first of all, I'll let you know, I'm also a veteran,
Thank you for your service.
and I've also been in many leadership positions as a veteran. Also, back to your point, at the time, and you can go nationwide if you wish, everybody thought that the budgets were going to go upside down. Everybody said it. The governor had said at that time that he was going to take 2 days from us, period. It was going to happen. And he wasn't going to give us anything for it. We traded 2 days for days on the books, at which point in the future, which they would be more valuable when you cash them in. So I think at the time we did pretty good. You Monday morning quarterback it and you go, that wasn't so good. And I'll agree with that. But at that time, that was a good deal based on what we knew. End of story. And I will get off so you can answer somebody else's question.
No, hold on, Terry.
Okay.
Wait. No, because you give me that measure of respect. So from veteran to veteran, we're going to have a respectful conversation. So check this out, Terry. Because you said you had internet problems and you were allowed to go to the Fresno office. Fantastic.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. So listen to this. You said at that time with the information that we were given, I don't remember the bunk chairs, and I'm not trying to say this in a negative fashion on the current bunk chairs. I'm just asking a question because you were working under the leadership of the former president. I do not remember the bunk chairs under the former president asking for the financial statements to verify their predictions. Second thing, when this particular governor, who successfully, and I say successfully, defeated his recall with the emergency vote by the board that you took part of to give SEIU State Council $1 million so they could help him defeat his recall successfully, and I respect that vote. I disagree, but I respect the vote, and I've never tried to change the position of that vote. Let me be crystal clear on that. When we were suffocating, losing 2 days of pay for a whole fiscal year, we were scheduled for 2. For some reason or another, that second year got canceled. When we were suffocating to death, because many of us live paycheck to paycheck, those state legislators did not lose a dime. And so I have to respectfully disagree. However, we've had our disagreement on the 2 different sections here on the policy file. Now, if Irene Green comes on and says, well, Richard, let's have a conversation about the protest committee. You've already assigned it. Can I have some type of role in that? And the funny thing about this is see, this is how the truth comes out on people. She had more time to go to a meeting that was uncalled, unscheduled, invalid, out of order, and listen and participate in that meeting in October than she had to really build a relationship with the president that was voted in legally by the entire membership. Enough said. Thank you for your time, sir. Next hand, DLC President 772, Mary Dela Cruz.
Hi, good morning or afternoon, or still morning, I guess, one more minute. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes.
First of all, I appreciate the SBAC that is taking place and the transparency. This is great. Members have a positive feel for this because they're actually feeling that they can see what's happening behind the scenes. They never had that opportunity before. But I guess my question that I'm asking is, now that I was listening to Terry, he was part of the bunk team. When Tony Owens was in, did this 12.0 point or what he's quoting, did that change from that time to this time? I know the only difference I see is it was Tony and now it's Irene. But if he objected to what's being taking place, was he objecting then as well?
Mary.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
I've said this repeatedly. Anybody that gets into a verbal conversation with me, you better be a polished politician on TV or you better be an attorney. Because when you come for me, you come for the right one. The more these people talk, the more they expose themselves for who they are. And what happens is the hypocrisy, and I'm not trying to, quote, influence the vote. What I'm doing is providing information on these people. And so when people say, why are we getting these same childlike, condescending contracts? Because we keep electing the same people. Now these people are exposing themselves in front of the whole world on their thought process. And you're right. He never had a problem when the former president locked out VP Tony Owens and Annika Walls, our current VP, Organizing Representation, and the former VP Secretary Treasurer, Kevin Miniger. See, all this talk that they're doing now, they never had a problem when the former president did that. And so then they say, well, you do better than her. And I just said through math, because some of you people are so smart, take two negative energies and multiply it. But I still have a love and a forgiving heart. And I can forgive those that do these types of hypocritical actions against me. They think they can challenge me and call me out. Let me tell you something. I can forgive you for your evilness, but the problem is, can you forgive yourself for your hypocrisy? Can you forgive yourself? And do you have the courage of your convictions to tell the membership, I, whatever your name is, apologize in my heart for giving up your 2 days of pay for 2 straight fiscal years? Do you have the courage of your convictions to ask for forgiveness? Thank you, Mary. Have a great day. All right, next caller. I think it's 771 or 772, Monica Blancarte. Hi, Monica. Hi, Monica. She's not responding. Okay, next caller, Rick Roca. Good afternoon, Rick.
Hey, President Brown, good morning. Thank you for having me. Members, I appreciate your time.
Motherfucker!
Wow.
Hold on, wait, whoa. Hey, you know what? Hey, listen to this. Listen to this.
Give her her chance back. Give her her chance back, Rich. It's okay.
Hold on,
We
Rick.
skipped you by mistake, ma'am. You could get your spot
Hey,
back. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Listen, I love that. You know why I love that? Because I sit here and I tell y'all, I'm sorry, that's the Missouri in me. I tell everyone with a passionate voice, these people don't care for me. These people will say anything. They'll call me a coward, a chicken, any other word. And those from the community, we know what those words mean. And so you just heard Monica Blancarte say blank, blank. But you know what? Guess what, Rick? And guess what to everyone else? In this great country, I am not going to mandate that you can't curse. I am not going to mandate that you believe in God and Jesus Christ like I do. I am not going to mandate that you see everything the way I see it. All right, go ahead, Rick.
You want to give that lady her shot back? I guess we skipped over her.
Yeah, and we'll come back to you.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, Monica. Go ahead, Monica. Monica's and left the scene. Fair enough. Listen. We all make mistakes. Trust me. There's nobody in this room that's made more mistakes. I could take everybody in this room and add up their mistakes. It wouldn't cover 10% of the mistakes that I've made in my life. All right, so go back, Rick. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thanks again. Again, welcome everybody. Thank you for having me. Listen, I think it's elementary. I don't care what Hibbert was trying to identify. I don't care what the procedure is. I don't care about any of that. You know what I care about? That this union represents its members. That's why I got full force back involved in it. That's why I'm the veteran committee chair. That's why I'm moving forward on betterment of our veteran members, our members only. I really would like to hear the explanation, because I know I didn't vote and I didn't poll on giving this governor, notice not my governor, this governor, $1 million to fight a recall that the majority of Californians were standing for. And so for somebody, whoever it was that decided to do that, and I'm pretty sure we all know who it was, but this goes far and abroad. I feel like it is a violation of my membership for the attacks, the constant bickering, the constant whining, the constant trying to make one-upper points on the calls in, because these people still want to represent Yvonne Walker, who took money out our pockets, created more cost on our benefits, and really diminished state service. So I thought we were all trying to better, I thought we were all fighting for the betterment of our members. And so that's why I voted for my president, Richard Brown, and that's why I stand behind him, and that's why I'm fighting the fight with him. I really hope that we could all put away our petty differences. And in my opinion, I'd like to see a vote brought to the table on any of these people that voted to give, excuse me, voted to give this governor the $1 million to fight, should no longer be allowed to serve. And that should be a strike on them serving us in any form or fashion. You want to give a governor $1 million and you want to support Yvonne Walker, go stand with them. Don't stand for our membership. I'm tired of hearing these people calling in, trying to one up Rich, trying to do all that. Listen, the fight will always be us versus them. I don't know how these people forgot that, but management is them. We are us. And anybody on my team, I will support you to the end of the world. But we really need to start buckling down, because if you think things are bad, you're going to see soon, and I'm pretty sure we can read the tea leaves, they're going to come for our pension. They're going to come for our union. They want to already break down all of these things, and we need to band together. So enough of the one-uppers and old procedures. Tell me what you're going to do for my members, and try to get us more money, get us better benefits, and fight on behalf of us. And that's where I'm at, Rich. I had enough of these people coming in and one-upping and doing all that. So keep doing what you're doing. We voted you for a reason, and any slight isn't a slight on you. It's a slight on our procedure and our constitutional rights to vote for our president. So these people, I hope if they want to, God bless them. If they want to sponsor Yvonne Walker, please bow out, go sponsor Yvonne Walker somewhere else. And that's all I wanted to say, Rich. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the forum. I look forward to seeing you and getting some things done next week up in Sacramento.
You know what, Rick? Thank you for calling in. I look forward to meeting you again up here in Sacramento. I met you a few months ago down in Southern California. Thank you for your passion. Everyone has strong feelings about different things, and we're going to respect people's passions. All right, so we're going to go to the next caller. And also, Rick, thank you, veteran. I see you. All right, Yolanda Williams.
Good afternoon, Richard Brown.
Hi.
No, I do not want to start a video. I'll say later to that. But
Okay.
anyways, I just have a question. Why can't the members vote for the bunk chairs or the bunk team? See, this is all new to me. I don't know all the terminology, the Debers, the Sebers, the Keebers, all of that stuff. I mean, I wish I wish there was something to where the new people would know all of these terms. I mean, I'm getting to know, but it's good to be able to know the heifers and all that kind of stuff, to kind of more understand the union.
The heifers.
The heifers, not the heifers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me, people. Forgive me. It is the heifers or whatever you said. Okay.
Right.
My question, let's go on back. Let's go on back. Let's diverse. Okay. Is why can't we vote for these bunk people? Because it seems like the same people, they can vote for their friends. We need new blood. We need new people.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to answer this. Well,
You need to speak into the mic.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, brother.
Okay. Listen, sister. Listen. I'm gonna try to say this. I'm gonna see if I can say this in 2 minutes or less. Everyone should be able to vote for our leadership. The way they have it set up like a, quote, republic. You vote for these D-Burs, if you know when the election is, for your DLC. The D-Burs run in your election, and then they will in turn vote for the bunk. Now, the D-Bur, District Bargaining Unit Representative, that person is going to help decide the contract. and that person is going to vote for the bargaining unit negotiating committee or quote council. They do that today and tomorrow at the SBAC, Statewide Bargaining Advisory Committee.
Council.
Committee.
Oh.
Committee. It's a play on. They flip the words around. All right. So on our website, it talks about our structure and it lays out the definitions for the DBER, SBAC, the bunk, HEFNs, Health Facilities Evaluator Nurses, HEFNs. So we use all these acronyms, CCRAs, Correctional Case Records Analysts. Now, could we possibly create a new way? In my heart, that's the way it should be, that these positions on this bunk should be voted on by the entire membership.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, very good. So we agree.
Yes.
You and I agree on a lot of things. And I don't know if that's a good thing for you or a bad thing, the way they come at me. Now, could we possibly create something in our policy file to do that? Absolutely. But the board would have to agree to that. And as you know, there are people on the board who are trying to rob the voices of membership when they're trying to remove me from office. So that's it in 2 minutes or less. And you'll be able to go to the different breakout rooms today and tomorrow, and you'll be able to observe. You can't vote, but you'll watch how the action goes down. And then you will have more opinions after all this is over. Thank you for your phone call. Next caller, Manuel Blondo. Manuel Blondo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just referring back to the previous lady's questions. So, I apologize for my ignorance. Like her, I'm just getting to the process as well. But the only people that's eligible for the SBAC are to be elected only by the DBERS. Is that correct?
Manuel,
Yes.
the people here at the SBAC are the DBERS, and they will elect the bunk team. The DBERS ran in this past election, just like I did, for a DBER position within their particular DLC. Some DBERS ran uncontested. Many of our members did not know when the election was going on. So some DBERS ran uncontested. Other DBERS may have run in a contested election.
Okay, so the only ones available that can serve in the SBAC are DBERS?
Yes, sir. District bargaining unit representatives. And there are some DLCs that don't have DBERS. Nobody ran. And the DLC president has the option to put someone in that DBER position. And if he or she doesn't, the VP of Organizing Representation, Annika Walls, can appoint someone after all efforts has been exhausted to fill that vacant DBER position so that our positions on the board are filled. So that, a DLC president is just not walking around with an empty board making all the decisions without going through the board. So it's more of a democratic process. So that's correct, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to leave a comment
Yes, sir.
and then that'll be it. It sounds like a very small representation of the union. And I don't think, given the circumstances of the past years, that it truly represents the concerns of all the union members. And I'll leave it at that, sir.
Manuel, you're not ignorant. Your common sense and your spirit is telling you that what you see is not right. I know that you're correct. And it's frustrating on me when I see this because you're spending your Saturday with me and you're seeing what's going on and your gut instinct tells you something is not right. You don't feel your voice is being heard. And you can know by the prior contracts that these contracts have not helped you in the workplace. But now you're starting to see why. And I apologize for that, sir. All right, next caller. Nakia. Nakia Briscoe,
Hello. Can you hear me?
loud and clear.
Hi. I appreciate you taking my call. I have a couple of questions and a statement, and I would appreciate being able to complete them before you answer. Um, One of the things I did want to point out first and foremost is you mentioned God a lot, and I'm a woman of faith, but never claimed to be perfect by far. But in 2 Timothy 2:24, it says, "A servant of the Lord must not quarrel, but must be kind to everyone, be able to teach, and be patient with difficult people." I don't, I can't speak for everyone on this call in this meeting, but for myself, you have been very argumentative and demeaning. I personally don't care about Yvonne, and the past is the past. Yvonne needs to be let go of, and we need to move forward. If we're moving forward with this union, we need to leave the past in the past, and everyone continues to bring up Yvonne. Yvonne is irrelevant. This is a member-ran union by the membership, and us members, we are all volunteers here. None of us are getting paid except for you and your staff. So for us to continue to bring up Yvonne and the past, it doesn't make sense to me. Another thing that I don't understand is you bring up two rights making two wrongs making a right. That's not it either. For my understanding, and you say transparency, we've been hearing through the rumor mill that Irene has been locked out of everything because of the meeting that she attended that you mentioned. And because of that, she has been denied her position at this SBAC and locked out of the offices. I would like to know if that is actually true. And because of Tony, you're saying tit for tat. Because Tony was done a particular way, I'm going to pick up past practice, but you want to leave Yvonne in the past. I'm going to pick up past practice and I'm going to lock out the current VP because Tony was locked out when I wasn't president. That to me doesn't make sense either. If we're for this, our members, this infighting, this BS that's going on, it needs to stop because the only ones that are hurting are our members. And one last thing that I did want to point out, actually two. The governor, people are complaining about what the governor did and he took 2 days from us. I'm not sure who was here back in 2012, but Arnold Schwarzenegger did the same exact thing. The governor has the right because he is our boss. He doesn't have to ask us permission to take any days. When the state does not pass their budget, they've always taken it out on the backs of state workers. Schwarzenegger did not come to us and say, let's find a cost-effective way to try to save you guys some money so the 10% that I'm going to take across the board doesn't truly hit you as hard. This governor did. Now, do I agree? Did I vote for this governor? No. Do I agree with everything this governor does? No. But in that situation, people need to understand, and I'm not sure who's new to the state, but I've been with the state since I was 19. I'm 42. I ain't got no shame in saying my age. I've seen a lot. I was here when Jim Hard was here. Jim Hard was before Yvonne. No one continues to bring up Jim Hard because no one knows that history. Let it go. Let's move forward. And last but not least, you mentioned something about the VP being able to appoint a DBER when everything has been exhausted. I'm not quite sure which part of the policy file you're reading besides her duties, but when it comes to appointments, I believe it's in section 12 of the policy file, and I will locate it, but it does indicate that when it comes, and I think the interpretation is being misread, the DLC, when all avenues have been exhausted, that means there's no VP, there's no president, there's no secretary treasurer, there's really no e-board. And in that situation, the e-board they come under conservatorship. When they become under conservatorship, because they do not have the leader to appoint the DBER or DBERs, then that's when the VP can come in and appoint position. But when there is a president in place and a VP, the VP of bargaining or organizing and representation cannot come in and appoint a DBER. That's taking the position away from the president if the DBER hasn't been elected through the election process. The president, that is their right to appoint them. And if they don't feel that someone is worthy of the position in their DLC, whether they're a steward or not, the DBER comes with a lot of responsibilities. So if the person is not able to carry out those responsibilities, they should not be elected to DBER. And the VP doesn't necessarily know that individual and what they're actually capable of doing. So I'm done. Please respond, sir.
All right. So let me see if I can answer you in 2 minutes. First off, let me say this to you. You cannot prepare for your present and go into the future without studying your past. That's the first thing. And as a child, a descendant of the enslaved African, you can best believe I can learn from my past. Second thing, I put my faith in God and Jesus Christ. If you think that I'm too argumentative, that's your subjective opinion, and you are entitled to that in this great country called America. Jesus in the Bible, the only time he showed emotion and copped the attitude when he was throwing those money handlers out of the temple. And that's what I'm doing as the Local 1000 president. Third, the prior presidents, if you don't learn from them, you'll continue to make the same mistakes in the future. Fourth, Schwarzenegger in 2012, no, your dates are wrong. 3 days, started in 2009, 2 days February, went to the third day in July. He was wrong. He furloughed, that was wrong. And it shut the state down for a specified day per month on a Friday. 2010, Jerry Brown, he took 1 day for that contract, the 2010 one-day POP. Under the signed contract, he came back and took a second day. Asked us to vote to give up a second day, which we did. That was a mistake. That was 2 days with the Democrat, 3 days with the Republican. Oh, wait, we still have a Democrat coming. This particular governor took 2 days from us. We voluntarily gave up the money, the POP. So we lost 4 days with a Democrat, 3 days with a Republican. I can do the math, can you? Now, let me finish by saying this. Many people try to use the Bible and say, well, you talk about God, but you always preach to me from the New Testament. And I love the New Testament. I love it, and I love it. And that's why I talk about forgiveness overcomes anger and madness. But yet, you fail to go back to that Old Testament when they had to go to war with those who were the evil ones. You fail to acknowledge the Old Testament when they had to go to war. And sometimes you got to go to war within your own family to get things right. And that's what I'm doing, and that's why God has placed me here, because I'm not picking and choosing what part of the Bible, just the New Testament. Take the whole Bible if you're going to take it. Take it all or take none of it. But you make a great thing about we must go forward. We must go forward. We must build our membership. You are absolutely right. But I can guarantee you this. Until people acknowledge the mistakes they have made, until people admit the wrongdoings, financial wrongdoings they have made that has discredited this union, it will always hang over us as a smoky, smog-filled atmosphere. And you won't ever be able to breathe. But I still put my faith in God and Jesus Christ. And you can continue to pray for me, and I'll pray for you. And we'll see each other, hopefully, in the afterlife. Next caller, Maureen Thompson. They playing. I told you, I'm ready. Maureen Thompson, come on.
Hi, I'm here.
Come on.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm really confused. You said that you were better than Yvonne and you could do things better than Yvonne. That's why you ran, because you didn't like what she pulled. And I'm confused that it seems like the rumors I've been hearing, and these are just rumors, that it's like you're doing the same thing Yvonne did. What makes you different?
You know what, Maureen?
Also, you said that you are trying to unite the union and bring us together as a whole. But to me right now, and I've attended lots of SBACs because I've been privileged to be part of this union, and I really want a strong union, and I want the best union possible. And I'm getting close to retirement, and I have to worry that a governor can come along and pull, because now, or a court can come along and pull our medical retirement benefits, because if we don't pay into them. And I'm worried about things like that. And I'm also worried how we can unite our union if we're trashing a whole bunch of people. Because you're saying that anybody who was on the bus, it seems to me, and I'm trying not to put words in your mouth, that you're trashing everybody who's ever done a past contract for this union. And you say you're learning from your history, yet you're absolutely denigrating everybody. And I don't understand. I really don't.
So, okay. So, Maureen, I love your question. How am I, quote, better than Yvonne? First of all, let me articulate this quite clearly to you so you don't have to be confused. No one who supports me is confused. They know where I stand. Second thing, I'm not better than Yvonne. I'm not better than Maureen Thompson. I'm not better than anybody in this room. We are equal. What I have said is I don't believe in her decision making. I don't trust her decision making. I did not agree with her decision making. So let's be quite clear on that. And the decision making of the current bunk chairs and some of these D-birds and some of the local 1,000 leaders, I question. I disagree with it because they are not securing contracts and enforcing our contract, period. Now, you say I trash these people. Were you at my house at 5 o'clock in the morning on May 25th when the cops were called to my house? When they said there was a woman screaming in my house where I could have lost my life with the police? Were you there? You were not. So you don't know what I'm going through, all right? Now,
But
no.
Excuse me. Just because somebody in your neighborhood was stupid doesn't give you the right to disrespect me.
But you're disrespecting me by interrupting me.
No, you are disrespecting me by saying that I can't feel your pain because I'm not black and a male.
No, let it go.
And I am tired. I am tired of being disrespected for this whole hours. You have said that I am not worth anything. And I am. I am very upset because you are disrespecting me. Everybody is attacking me. And that is not right. And you said you want to be different. You want to make better decisions. You want to do things differently. I didn't vote for Yvonne because I didn't think she was making the right decisions. And yet you're locking Irene out, same as Yvonne locked Tony out, if that's what the rumors are right. I don't understand. I really don't. And I don't understand why it seems like you say you're not political, but it seems like you're still campaigning and not governing. Why aren't you being presidential? Why can't you be presidential? Why can't you try and unite people and expand your horizons from your point of view and realize that people may have valid criticisms? I don't understand. And I feel very disrespected for this whole SBAC. Now I'm done.
You know, I'm glad. I am so glad that you exposed yourself for how you feel. Number one, you try to say that you couldn't understand my plight as a black man. I never said that. That's the first thing. Second thing, I am trying to unite this union, but you are so crowded with the rumors that are being said about me. That's the second thing. Third thing, again, May 25th, someone called the police to my house on a fraudulent call, and I know it's in relation to the fact that I won this election, but you don't want to hear that. You want to say that I'm not uniting this union, that I'm not governing this union because I'm not acting presidential. Again, I am not from America. My family came from Africa, so the way I govern may not fit your European mindset. That's that part, okay? Now, people will tell you that, quote, I'm spending the money incorrectly. That's not true. See, you had a script to read. That's why you're looking off right now. I'm not going off script. I'm going by the Spirit of God. And so what you just did, no, mute her. Because when she was talking, I didn't interrupt her. See, they run this game like they're the victims of my leadership. But see, that's an absolute lie. See, they'll say that I'm going to interrupt them. And then when I get quiet and let them talk, they expose themselves. And then when I start to go back at them, now they want to cut me off. They want to say that I'm not uniting the union. Well, wait a minute. Did the former president ever try to unite this union? No, she did not. That's why she took the salary stipend that I have refused. But she doesn't want to tell you that part. See, they want to present this narrative that I'm the person that they have to run out of office. So they tell you all these lies about me. But you know what? I still put my faith in God and Jesus Christ. You can come at me and say all those things you want to say about me. You say, well, we'll make Richard mad. You can't make me mad. I'm passionate. I've always been passionate my whole life. I'm passionate, and I know I've been sent here for a righteous purpose, and I don't care what the critics say. I am going to build this membership. But like the PowerPoints said, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. And most of you don't even know about running in marathons. I do. Now, I've never done a 26.2 marathon, but I put enough mileage in on the road. I know about running in patience. This is a race, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. And if so many of you want to, quote, come on here and say things, and you think that you can distract me. They want to come and pretend that they're righteous. Remember when they told me to, quote, blank, blank? You know what they said about me. They want me to act presidential, but they want to trash me every time, every chance that they get and spread lies. And you must combat those lies while at the same time building membership, at the same time fighting the mandatory COVID vaccination. But y'all forgot about that. While fighting for the jobs in Lassen County, but you forgot about that. By fighting to get a great telework agreement, by not rolling over and taking whatever the state said take. But you forget all about that. And those 17,000 petitions for the essential worker premium pay. You forget all about that. But I still love you. I still love you, and I want you to have your freedom of speech to come on here and go at me 1,000 miles an hour. In this great country, you have that freedom of speech. But in the same hand, when you come for me, when I come back for you, with love and respect, of course, don't start crying, don't get all belligerent and emotional. Next caller. Monica. Go ahead, Monica. Go ahead, Monica.
I'm here, Richard. I appreciate you taking my call. I had issues here in the back, but I remember seeing Tony Owens at every SBAC I went to, and he even spoke at least 3 times. And I remember being in front of the Holiday Inn, and he was there. He was talking to members. I remember those things. So I'm neither here nor there with what everyone's saying about. I just want to make sure that we all get treated fairly in this. Because you're saying Tony was locked out. I remember seeing Tony at least 2 or 3 SBACs to do his job.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh, no, I'm waiting to see why. I mean, I'm not going to. I just want to know why we're going this route, because everyone's saying Tony was locked out. I don't ever remember him being locked out. I remember seeing him. I remember seeing Annika, and I remember seeing Kevin.
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So let me see if you remember this. December 13th, 2019. You remember that date?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you were there at the board of directors meeting when they were stripped of their union leave? So you remember that, huh?
I remember the BOD voting on that.
Right.
I remember
So
when
before
I
so when-
remember I even got pictures of it. I remember when when Kevin was asked about the budget, and Yvonne had to do the budget, because I didn't understand why, because I didn't even know, but I seen the drop. And I remember us talking about now that we weren't going to be over there. Everything was going to be in Sacramento.
again, the former VPs under the banner Members for Transparency and Change were never allowed to do their jobs, and they were stripped of their union leave back on December 13th, 2019. Tony Owens has repeatedly told me that he wasn't allowed to do his job, and they would shut down meetings when he walked around. So your memory and his memory are a little different. Maybe we could get both of y'all in the room at the same time, and he could articulate his message of how he was not allowed to do his job. But
Can we please? Can we please? Because I'd like people to do that. I'd like to be able, because I remember a few SBACs, he wouldn't sit and talk to us, but he would just roam the room, like not even spend a minute in each room.
Listen, when I do those Wednesday night Zooms, I've had people to show up. And I've always told people, including, maybe I haven't told you in a text message or not, anytime someone wants to come on a Zoom with me or do a live video with me, come on and bring it. And if you want to bring somebody with you, bring some friends. If you want Tony, I'll ask him. See, I'm not afraid.
It's not a thing of being afraid.
No. Wait. Let me finish.
I'll let you finish.
Let me finish.
Please.
People are talking about Tony Owens, good or for bad. He's our brother. And I said this Wednesday, I said it on, Thursday morning. So when they tell you that I'm trashing people and trying to tear down the union, but yet here I am saying, hey, listen, Tony's going through a lot. Let's stand with our brother. Good days and bad days, I don't get credit for that. But you know what? I know why too. See, I know the rest of the story of things that are not being said because it doesn't look politically correct. See, I know what I see, and I know how I feel, all right? Now, they were locked out, and they were not able to do their jobs. I see Kevin Miniger in the queue. Maybe he can articulate how he was locked out and wasn't able to do his job, or maybe he'll sing a different tune today. But I know what Annika Walls has told me, and I know what Tony Owens.
Told me too.
Okay, so
I've talked to her at length also with what happened to her. And I also agreed with her, and you know, I agreed with her too. That was different. That was something different. Like I said, it's not neither here or there.
Well, actually, no. Actually, it is here, because until you rectify the past, when I hear people say we don't want to worry about the past, then you will continue to sign contracts and lose your money, and you will not have any dignity while you work for the state of California, because you say, not you, but people make statements that the politicians are our bosses. Any person who runs for a bunk position that says the politicians are our bosses today or tomorrow, let's see if they win. Because the politicians are not our bosses. We are a partner with the state of California. Maybe you've never heard it like that before, but you'll hear it now. But I thank you for your phone call, Monica.
But you know what? I can tell you, they're not our partner. They don't have the labor down. If they don't have us, they don't have anything. That's what it comes down to. I believe in my members. I don't believe in what the politics is, but if it comes down to the politics, Tony, it comes down to we put those in those offices and we need to clean it up. This needs to be about our members. It doesn't have to be me being bargaining unit 20. I help people, whatever bargaining unit they're in. I help people in different DLCs and get a hold of presidents. Hey, this person's reached out to me. It's not about who's being on the bunk. It's about what the members need and what the members want us to do.
I want you to
That's
remember.
what we need to remember.
Now, and hold on. See, this is how when people talk, they kind of talk themselves into something. When I started this presentation, I said, when you hear people say it's about the members, that's the status quo. Because that
That's
contract.
not the status quo.
Yes, it is. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. Let me
Okay.
finish so I can get to the next caller. That's the status quo. Because as a job steward, you and I as job stewards, that contract does not say for members only. So if we're going to increase the membership of this union, then we better stop alienating our non-members. We have to represent everyone in that contract, whether they pay money or not, until they change the law where the exclusive representative clause is removed from the Ralph C. Dills Act, to where if you don't pay us money, we don't have to talk to you and represent you. Until that changes, we are for all represented employees, but we need everyone to be a dues-paying member so we can fight for a quality contract, fight to protect our pensions, and fight
Richard,
for our
Richard,
dignity.
I already see those non-paying members as my members. I've had them come to me to help
Words
them.
matter.
And I have helped
Words.
them.
That's not how the policy file was written. So you heard Terry Hibbert ripping my head off about the policy file. So again,
But
go back to
I'm
the hold
talking
on.
about
No,
members,
no,
and then
no,
you
no,
just
no, no,
brought
no,
up-
no, no,
no,
no, no,
I'm-
no. You
I'm
cannot
agreeing
say
with
members. You
Wait,
cannot say that word because
say
that's
members when you
you're
just told me I
misconstruing.
have to-
No. And we're moving on to the
Oh,
next caller. We're moving on to the next caller. Let's go.
because you can't handle the
We're-
truth.
I can't take all day with Monica Blancart. This is the same person that has my phone number, can call me anytime, calls and gets things from me, but yet she wants to come on here and argue with me. These are the hypocrites that these people are. I have text messages in her phone telling me thank you for this or for that. But they want to come on here and act like they want to argue with me. And the only thing I'm trying to do is get you paid money. Boy, I wish I could really, boy. Boy, people tickle me to death. All right, next caller. A. Williams, DOC 703.
Hi, Richard. How you doing today?
How are you? I'm doing great. I see
I'm
you.
well.
I
thank
see
you.
you.
I'm well, thank you. We appreciate everything that you do for us. And for all these people that don't understand history, it's clear. History repeats itself. If you don't understand what past mistakes that have been made, those same mistakes will be repeated. It's very clear. If you look at your history, you study it, it repeats itself over and over again, just like old clothes. But nonetheless, I want to say I am very proud to be a member of Local 1000, period. I want our membership to increase across the board, non-members. I want us to be unified all together because that's the only way we're going to get to where we need to be as one. You know, it's just like many members, one body. The same with our union. It's many members, but we needed to be in one body. And like the situation and circumstances, everybody trying to preach about the word of God. I get that. I understand. There are places where God says that you do have to fight battles. And in order to fight those battles, you have to take time out to stand for the word of God and do what's right. That doesn't make it easy. And as you said, running a race is not just about running the race, it's how you run that race. It's how you go about running the race. And it's about running the race together and not individually. If you want success, that is how success is won. Now, me personally, like I said, I'm excited about being the Deeper, even though people don't like the fact that I'm a Deeper. I always stood for people that needed my assistance, whether they were a member or not. I always trying to help however I can help, whenever I can help. I've always kept it 100, always way forward. And I'm not going back down because somebody talks to me crazy or they feel that, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I've been a steward for over 10 years now. I've been in 857, Veterans, UI, unemployment insurance, EDD. We're going through our thing, you know, and if somebody calls me and needs assistance, I'm always there. But for people that don't understand the importance of being there for everyone, you're missing the point. And to call online to on here to complain, that's the purpose of this platform. The purpose of this platform is to build, encourage, so we can move forward, have the union that we need to have to grow so they're in unity with one another. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And you have a wonderfully blessed day.
Okay. A. Williams 703. I want to thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. She made that statement, history repeats itself if you don't learn from your past mistakes. And then she even went to the Bible about those battles in the Old Testament. She's absolutely right. In our country, we brag about our past. And then the mistakes that we've made in our past, we're trying to correct them every day so we can improve. We're always in a constant struggle to improve. And as a leader, I'm doing the same thing. I want people to understand something. I have a gift. And you know I have a gift. We will come together, but you have to first look at your past and figure out the mistakes in the past so you don't continue to make them in the present and into the future. The status quo people don't want to hear that. And the status quo people are clinging to the past. And this is why some of the status quo attended that insurrectionist meeting, that out of order meeting, so they could create division in our union. So the same people who are telling you that we need to come together are the same people who are trying to divide our union, who are trying to say the lies that I'm working with the Freedom Foundation, I'm working with the Right to Work people, the Koch brothers. These are all lies to deceive you, but they come in the light. That's the scripture in the New Testament they don't talk about. They come in the light, but yet they're wolves. And I can see them clearly. And when you hear these people make these statements about our members have the ability to vote for our leadership and to ratify our contract. But that contract represents all of us, whether we pay money or not. That's how the game was set up years ago. But they don't like when I expose the game for what it is. And that's why they're so offended, because their speeches they were going to make today and tomorrow, I've already told you what they're going to say. And they, like Mr. Hibbert, Terry Hibbert, Bargaining Unit 3, the current bunk chair, he's quite comfortable. Listen to the words that I say. He's quite comfortable with the decision he made, along with the other bunk chairs, along with the president of Local 1000, the former president, to give up your money. So you struggle to feed your family, but they decided to give up your money because of a financial forecast, but yet them same state legislators kept their money. They kept their money, prioritized their families, kept their kids in the best schools, and you live in paycheck to paycheck. But I'm the one that's wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I'm the one that's going to enforce our contract. I'm the one that we sign a contract, you'll never lose money under a signed contract. When I'm the chief negotiator, it won't happen. I'm the one that's saying that when they run for office today, listen to the ones who say, and we'll sign a contract where we'll have no furloughs, no POPs, and no job loss. Listen for that statement. Let's see how many people who run for office today say that statement, that they support the Local 1000 president. When it comes to a secured contract, no POP, we're not giving up our money, no furlough, don't even try it, governor and the state legislature. And we're not going to have any job loss. DMV, EDD, and all this little slick stuff that they're doing that I'm getting all types of emails. We are not giving up our jobs while under a signed contract. But that's never happened before because you've never had a labor leader. And I'm not criticizing the former presidents, Jim Hart and Yvonne Walker. I'm just disagreeing with their decisions. Again, I'm no better than anyone else. All right, next caller. DOC 751, President Christina Ebbett. Hi, Christina.
Good afternoon. Monica beat me to what I was going to say. I was going to tell you that you may want to watch because when that incident happened earlier, she jumped up and took off. I don't know where she went, but I was just going to tell you, I don't think it was directed towards the union. I think there really was something going on in the background at her house.
So that wasn't directed at me?
No, I don't think so because that phrase came out and then she got up and she was out of her chair and moving across the room really quick. So that's what that was the first thing I wanted to tell you was you may want to go back and watch the video because I don't think it was anything to do with what's the SBAC. And she said it when she got on that there was something going on there at the background. Secondly, can you please figure out what's going on with your microphone or what's happening? Because you're speaking into the microphone and you're still going way down low and then almost to nothing and then coming back up. And I'm at full volume. So I think you might have an audio issue. Third thing, policy file. I heard I heard part of what you were saying, but like I said, you keep going up and down. Irene Green didn't come and ask you or tell you she wanted to do her duties. Is that what you said earlier? As far as the policy file, I think it was Terry and you were discussing it earlier. Oh, now you're in there. Hold on. Because my question is, if that's, like I said, you were going up and down. But if the policy says that's her duties, then why would she come to tell you that she wanted to do her duties? And I may have misheard you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you're staticky now.
Okay, hold on
You're
one
not
second.
winning.
Hold on. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Normally I talk too loud. People tell me to shut up. Now I'm not talking loud enough. The Monica situation, some people would agree with you. Other people would say something different. I don't know. I felt like it was aimed towards me, just like I felt like when those cops were called to my house on May 25th in the morning. That was aimed, well, that was at my residence, so I felt like that was aimed at me. When Teresa Taylor told me the stuff that she said, the derogatory stuff, that was aimed at me. So if you think that when people say things to me, when DOC 767 President Richard Wade called me a chicken and a coward, I think that's demeaning and condescending, but no one seems to remember that. But that just happened last Wednesday night, and then I had the text on my phone for that as well. Now, the Irene Green. When Irene attended the out of order meeting in October, she let me know right then in her own words how she felt about me as a president of Local 1000. And to me, I took that as she did not want to work with me. So when someone tries to undermine my authority and they're working with other people to undermine my authority and strip the voters of their voice of voting, when they do that, that tells me we can't work together. That's what that tells me. And so for the protection of myself and for the protection of the building, so the staff is not caught between the crossfire, quote, she doesn't have access to the building, but she still has access to do her job. And when she started working, she told me she was going to work from home or from the office. It would be her decision how she did her hybrid. So she can still do her full-time job from home. If she really wanted to take part in this SBAC, she would have clearly and strongly said, "Hey, listen, I apologize to you, Richard, for what I did in October, and I want to make an apology to the membership for trying to take away, quote, your powers." But she never did that because she doesn't believe in me, and she doesn't believe in the voters. That's why she went to the meeting. Now, other people may have a difference of opinion, and in our great country, you have that right to have a different opinion. But when you try to undermine me and basically create division in the union, I cannot put the staff or put myself at risk. I feel threatened and I don't feel safe. So that's why, quote, she was locked out of the building. Because if she would have came inside the building, we don't know who she's bringing with her. They could have came in and tried to tell people, you do this and you do that, and the staff wouldn't have known what to do. That's why she doesn't have access to the building. And, you know, when I did the video with Sophia Perkins on Thursday, because she hadn't ran for president, and we had differences, and we put our differences aside so we could work together. But people fail to remember that. See, they always want to bring up everything that they think that I've done wrong. But all the great things that I've done, and a lot of the great things I've done, I don't talk much about. But they will come out as the days grow long. I want to work with everybody. Sophia and I, we had a great conversation. We made peace. And I felt her sincerity. Now, as far as Tony Owens, him being locked out, along with Annika Walls and Kevin Menninger and all that, and people say, well, Richard, don't do the same thing that the former president did. I'm not doing the same thing. Irene Green has full access to do her job. And most people are working from home anyway. So at the same time, while people are demanding that they work from home, Irene wasn't really coming to work every day anyway. But yet, she had time to go to the out-of-order meeting. And then she thought she could just come right back in on Monday morning and I guess try to explain herself. No. We had talked about it for 3 or 4 hours at the Bacon and Butter on on Broadway, over Stockton Boulevard. That particular Bacon and Butter. So people can construe things and say things, and they get on Facebook. And this is why people say, you know, don't go on Facebook. Facebook is the most powerful media in the world. In the world, Facebook. So people can get on Facebook and destroy you within 2 or 3 minutes. In order to protect the union, then you have to protect the president. And as long as you allow the president to be attacked, you can call me dude all that you want. See, I picked that up too. I just heard that. You says call me dude. Or is that by...
No, I wasn't calling you dude. I was telling my cat to move. And my cat is trying to walk on the screen and I'm telling her to move.
Okay, I'm so sorry. All right. So thanks for your calling.
Here's wait a second, please.
Okay.
What I said, I asked you to go back and look at the video for the Monica part. That's what I was saying about that part. What you hear and what you see sometimes isn't the same thing. And that's why I just said you may want to look at the video and you'll see that as soon as that came out, she was out of her chair and it looked like she was talking to somebody behind her.
Well, but
the second question wasn't about the lockout part. I said, does Irene have to come and tell you that she wants to do her duties, not the lockout part? That was the only two things, sir.
All right. So
and thank you.
You're very welcome. And listen, you have to understand something. You have your view of what happened to Monica. I have my view. A few months ago, hold on, Metro. A few months ago, Denise Quinn Allen was caught on a hot mic saying, "What a DI," you know the rest. So everyone has these excuses about what what they said or what was going on in their environment or whatever. Here's what I know. You let me pull a stunt like that, hot mic or no hot mic, I don't get them luxuries. Well, because you're the president. No, I want you to treat me with the same equal respect and have your surroundings coordinated because I'm doing that for you. So give me that level of respect. Have your surroundings situated so you don't have to curse on mic to where people may construe it that you're cursing at the local 1000 president. All right. So look, we're running a little long. I want to get to the rest of these questions before we go to the elections. So what we're going to do, hold on one second here. Okay, so hold on one second, because I want to make sure everyone's questions are answered. so that there's no confusion. So hold on. Next caller, Catherine Stockton.
Hi, Richard. I'm Catherine Stockton. I am an analyst at the CPUC in San Francisco. You and I have interacted a little bit on Facebook. I think before this last election cycle. So I hope you remember me from that.
Okay.
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 And I want to bring the discussion back to bargaining, and I want to talk about what we can do to win a great contract. And I want to, give you a little bit of information about the 2 days that was taken away. And I want to give you, give you some ideas about organizing. And I want to ask you one question. So about the 2 days, I have a lot of faith in the bargaining team, but the bargaining is not. It's not just the bargaining. It's about the power that the union has, and the power that our union has. And so, the legislature, Brown and the legislature Newsom and the legislature were in agreement that they were going to take away the 2 days, and our union didn't have the power to say no, because if we had said no, they would have taken the 2 days away anyway, because the legislature has the power of the purse. And so, I think the bargaining team did a great job to mitigate the damage. I really think, if the bargaining team had walked away from the table and taken the firm position, no, we are not going to you can't take 2 days away, then, because we didn't have the participation of the membership behind the bargaining team, we would have gotten those 2 days taken away. And so how do we get the power back? Because the bargaining team, I would love to bargain. I've chosen not this time around not to do it because I have to take care of my family. But it's really fun, sounds really fun, arguing about contract provisions. But, they can work as hard as they want, but they're not going to win, significant economic proposals unless all of those 100,000 represented employees are behind them. And because, it's not about arguing with the state, because the state is a brick wall. Many of the contract cycles, with Brown, they just said no to everything, to all the economic proposals. And they only won on contract, other kinds of changes. So that's that. So even, your 21%, that's great. That'd be awesome. Everyone would love to have 21%. I agree with that. I may have different points of view with you on many things, but 21% would be great. No PLP, that'd be awesome. But how are we going to get that? How do we get that? And I think that we can get that through organizing. I attend Thomas Wang's organizing committees sometimes, and he's got some really powerful ideas. And we subscribe to the Jane McAlevey, I think, kind of philosophy of organizing, that everything should be open and transparent, and for everyone should be able to see everything that's going on. So I really like a lot what that you've done to put everything on the website, put all these meetings on the website. I just think that's really radical and great. And I think that, a way to really, when we go to the bargaining table, typically the team has to agree to a kind of gag order with the state, and they can't and such that only the bargaining team has the information about what the state has proposed. And they can't share that with the membership because they've agreed to keep it confidential, what goes on at the bargaining table. I think that is effective that could be effective for everything except for the economic proposals. So I think one way to really get the power back at the bargaining table is to open it up and not agree to the gag order, and not agree to keep it confidential, and have the members be able to see what's going on at the bargaining table. It shouldn't be secret what the bunk does. It shouldn't be secret, the training that the bunk gets. Like, everyone should have access to learn those skills. And I think, Wendell Prude is one of my mentors, and I think Wendell. And I really think that, if we organize and if we get non-members and members engaged, then we'll have the power at the bargaining table to get a good contract. But if we don't do that, the bargaining team, they work really hard, and they're brilliant, and they put forth brilliant proposals, but they're not going to succeed. So my question to you is, like, what do you think about not agreeing to the gag order?
Catherine, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think I'm thinking right now?
I don't know. I think maybe you haven't considered this idea.
Let's try this again, Catherine.
I think you're in favor of transparency,
Okay,
and that's been really clear.
So check this out, Catherine. When I was sworn in, I never signed a gag order. And I never asked anybody else to sign a gag order. Now, what our current conversations, bargaining side letter agreement conversations about the telework, I haven't said a word. And then we sent out the telework survey where we kind of talked about everything that was going on. But after then, I stayed very quiet because I know the state of California is watching me. If you think I believe in a gag order, that goes against my whole DNA. I have nothing to hide. The only people that have something to hide in contract negotiations, in my personal opinion, that I can't prove, this is just my opinion, I think there's a strong possibility that the state of California has been hiding from the very beginning on every single thing. And so in my personal opinion, I don't think they've ever negotiated in good faith. But I did not say they did not negotiate in good faith. I said, it's in my personal opinion, I don't think they've negotiated in good faith because they've hidden their financial records from us. Which, if I'm the state of California and I know I got the money to pay you, I'm not going to show you those financial statements. Oh, how do you know that for sure, Richard? Because we represent over 730 different job classifications. Let me throw this at you, Catherine, and then I'm going to get to your other point. Our job classifications that work at the Department of Finance, that knows for a fact, what's going on, they're exempt from our union. Why is that? Because they know the truth. You never heard none of these bunk chairs talk about that, or none of these D-birds tell you that. Now, I want to get to something else that's really critical. and then I get to the next caller. And I thank you for your questions. You said that we didn't have the power. Yes, we did. We had the power to say, no, we're going to enforce our contract. And then, hold on. This is where, Catherine, you and I are going to go into different rivers. See, I know better. When you have a contract,
I
you
think
can.
I know better too, Richard.
Well, okay, well, fair
Although-
enough. No, but here, but I'm going to tell you. No, hold on. I'm going to tell you why. Since all these people want to be politicians all the time, they want to be politicians, but yet they're being played by the politicians. We could have enforced our contract and said, we're not giving you not one dime. You're not losing any of your money. We're not losing ours either. And they could have came back and said, okay, we'll furlough you. You can't furlough everybody equally. See, the governor knows that. You can't furlough everybody equally and get all that money. No, you cannot. Just ask the California State Lottery. You can't furlough them. See, they're special funded. So you can't furlough as easy as people think that you can. But people have failed to remember history with Schwarzenegger and how he lost those lawsuits and how many people in our union got their money back in those 5 special agencies. Others did not. But people don't want to go back in the past. And then you wonder why I talk about the past, because if you don't learn from your past, you'll make the same mistakes in the future. But let me get to the more critical point about the party I belong to, the Democrats. There's no way in heck the Democrats, with a Democratic governor who is going to run for U.S. president one day, and these Democrats that control both houses, the Assembly and the Senate in the state of California, there's no way in heck they're going to, quote, furlough you during the election year for Joseph Biden to successfully, in a historic number, win the White House. They were not going to furlough you, but they sold you that through the former leader. And why they are trying to do everything desperately that they can to run me up out of here, because I know better. And they cannot hustle and manipulate me, and I will not preach that political purple propaganda. I won't do it, because it's not right. But that's just my opinion. But I know this. Anybody who's willing to give up your money while under a signed contract, don't negotiate my contract. I don't want you leading me. If you sign a contract, honor the contract. Period. You shouldn't have signed the contract if you wasn't going to honor it. As a union, it's your number one responsibility, and that's why unions were created in America, not for social justice, but for financial justice, absent of management abuse in the workplace. Put it in writing, and then you're going to honor it for that period of time. Period. But I thank you for your question, Catherine, and we'll talk again.
Sure.
We'll talk again. Okay, thank you. All right, next caller, Gerald Douglas. Hi, Gerald.
Hi, how are you doing, President Brown?
I'm doing good. How are you,
You
sir?
hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Been on here for a little bit, and I was just reading the purpose statement for SEIU. Local 1000 is a strong member-led union. Purpose of Local 1000 is to have the power necessary to give our members and all Californians the opportunity to have a good life, live in sustainability, communities, and enjoy the fruits of social, economic, and environmental justice. Seems on this call, and in the past, I've been on your Wednesday calls, and these members are just coming at you. It's kind of disturbing in a way, but I understand. I respect all the past Devers and chairs, members, officers of the union. But now we have a new president in office, and we need to support him, move forward, and have our union the way that it says in the purpose statement. We can't be strong doing all this fighting, and people coming on here and just being disrespectful, wasting time. I feel we're here for SBAC. This is how SBAC is. My name is Gerald Douglas, and I'm Deaver for Unit 11, DLC 772, and I'm ready to put in some work for our unit, Unit 11. I'm a 30-year straight dues paying member for 30 straight years. I'm not 41, but as the lady earlier, she was saying she's 41. She's been a dues paying member for a while. I've been to the bargaining table as a SME, subject matter expert, like the last 3 contracts, fighting for our classification and for Unit 11. I've been to Capitol, not to the Capitol, in the Capitol, in the legislators' offices, back when they were trying to take our jobs away. When they were contracting out, they decided to contract out our jobs. I was there lobbying for that for the state. So I've been around for a little while. I was instrumental in helping organize Unit 11, this last contract. Vote no to this 7% increase. You know, I've been a member for a long period of time, and since 1998, I know myself and others, increases have been below the cost of living. Then when you get hit with a 15% pay cut, like back in around 2010 when Arnold was in office, you know, I know a lot of people that lost their homes, you know, and are still recovering now from those losses. I know everyone went through it. You know, I'm not trying to say just our classification or our unit, but just this past week, the Fed said that there was a 15% inflation. 15%. You know, as you say, we're the largest, fourth largest economy in the world, not in the United States, in the whole world. And as a union, we're sitting here bickering over things that are, I don't want to say irrelevant. You know, I respect everyone's opinions and their thoughts, but we do need to move forward. And I know a lot of the guard that has been here, say like Terry Hibbert and others that have been here, want to hold ground. And Yvonne's not gone. I'm sure she's still here. She's still here. But at some point, we got to come together as a union to move forward, or the union is going to fall apart, and these other groups that want the union to fall apart will fall apart. You know, with all respect to the parties, Democrat, Republicans, whoever's in office, it seems like the lady said earlier, they're taking it out on our backs. That's what happens to state workers, and that's what a governor can do. But if we need to build our membership like we did in Unit 11 last contract, and if we do that in all the units, cut the bickering out, we can have a strong, like it said in the purpose statement, a strong union. And we can get 21%. Like I just said, 15% inflation this past week, the Fed said. I mean, how are we gonna have sustainable communities and social, economic, environmental justice if we keep this immaturity and unbusiness-like situation going on? I wasn't going to say all that. I did have a question, but sitting here all this time and you know, listening to people talk, you know, it's good that they're able to voice their opinions. So my question was, well, I'm going to run for chair for Unit 11. I feel I can do what I did with our classification and other classification, bringing people together, building our membership, which is vital for Unit 11, and try to make a change. You know, we have a new president in, and I support you. I didn't vote for you. I'll admit, I didn't vote for you, but I didn't vote for Yvonne. I wanted change. So you're here now. I accept that. I back you 100%, and I want to move forward, and I hope our unit wants to move forward. You know, with all respect to those that are in the unit now, I noticed that like in special salary adjustments, that like the top 5 categories, laboratory assistants, senior assistants, so on and so forth, fish habitat, wildlife, you know, I know they got their salary adjustments over the contracts, Brad and I respect you guys. I feel we need to move forward, and there are other people on the bunk right now that are, I'm sure, wanting change. They, I don't know, but we'll find out. And if you are out there, Albert, Ann, Aruna, Patrick, Rick, Gilson, Virginia, Joseph, Sean, you all, we can make a change, and let's do it together and support President Brown. So my question was, I'm running for chair of Unit 11 in sincerity to help all of Unit 11 and increase union membership. I was just going to ask you, what can I do if I am elected to help support you and help our union?
Wow. So I'll say this quickly so everyone else can get in, and so we can stop this, and then we can start these elections. What you can do to help me, Gerald, is to stay positive, to get our union to come together, to stop the bickering like you stated. Hopefully you'll support that 20% pay increase for everyone across the board. Hopefully you'll believe in a 8-hour bargaining day and not no 24-hour bargaining day. To keep the faith, to ensure that when bargaining unit 11 has their contract to vote on, if you vote that contract down, you will not be forced by myself to do a revote on the same contract. That will not happen. And so I want you to have full confidence in that, and I will support all the bargaining units and all their efforts to get the best possible contract. And hopefully, when you ask me about support, you will believe in a no PLP, no furlough, and no job loss statement put into our contract, period. Just that simple. Every contract going forward should have no PLP, no furlough, and no job loss. And if they can't put that in there, if the state of California thinks that is too strong, then there will be no strike clause in that contract. If you can't guarantee the wages with job protection against financial reduction, well, then we can't guarantee you we're not going on strike. Thank you for your call. Next caller, Kevin Manager.
Mute. Okay, I'm unmuted. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Couple of things. First of all, I want to shout out to Catherine Stockton. She is 100% right about how we need to look at bargaining differently. This is the author she's talking about, Jane McElvey. This is the book that talks about, among other things, getting members more involved with bargaining. That I think is a neat way to do it. I appreciate, sir, your transparency in letting more people come and see how SBAC works and other stuff you've done. I kind of disagree that I think you need to provide more context, but that's the difference of style, not substance. I also want to say that I know it gets into the weeds a bit about getting into policy and stuff like that, and we should be talking about bargaining, but policy is important because it provides the objective measure that we can make sure everything's on the up and up. And so I have to say that Brother Hibbert was correct when he pointed out the role of the VP. And when you went back, sir, to section 3 of the role of the VP in protests and elections, what Terry was talking about, you went back to section 3 about the roles, and you left out the last one, 7, which is basically and other stuff that's described in the policy file. So then that brings in the stuff that Terry brought out. And so he had a very valid point there. So we do need to follow our procedure so that we know everything is objectively fair for all our members that participate. And I got to say, yes, earlier on, SBAC and the whole SBAC structure is convoluted, especially Unit 1 with our CBERs and how big we are. It is convoluted, and it does come down to a representational democracy. You vote for your DBERs and then vote for the bunk, and that can make you feel kind of removed from the process. And hopefully, we can find a way to implement some of Ms. Eckley's principles so we get more member involvement, but you have to balance that tension of member involvement and then too big a committee going at the table where, if committees get beyond a certain size, they can't get anything done. So it's a tension we have to balance, and I'm sure we can find a way. That being said, you mentioned that the Department of Finance, you don't think they were being up and up with all the finances. So you are saying that that the budget the governor and that the legislator put out was fraudulent? Because that is the finances we're looking at, is when they put out the budget and then the May revise that we look at. That's what we have to go on. If you're saying they're holding back other information, I know you are more involved with finance than I am. Maybe you know where to look for that. Please share that information. And finally, you said that it was hypocritical for people to engage with you publicly here instead of texting you or calling you. I understand personal call and contact is beneficial, iron out some stuff, but you're the one who's always promoting that you want to have unscripted, unrehearsed, unedited conversations. So then how is it hypocritical to meet you on your own ground that you wanted to be unedited, unscripted, and unrehearsed? That seems like a contradiction there. That being said, SBAC is supposed to be the first one, especially not only to elect the officers, but to educate our new people. And we have a lot of new people out there who don't. You went over a little bit about what the bunk means, what SBAC means and all that. Thank you for that. But it is convoluted, and we need to be a bit more instructive for our new people, bring them on board. And I hope we can focus more on that. I know we're coming to the 1:30 hour and we're going to get to elections and other people behind me. So I wanted to get that out there. Thank you for allowing us all to participate, and let's get a good SBAC and good bunk teams in the future.
Okay, Kevin, as usual, you and I have a difference of opinion. That's been a story of our complicated relationship over the years. Let me address something to you quickly. When I talk about contract negotiations and about the state of California and the financial statements, I didn't say they were fraudulent. I'm not saying we're not hearing everything. In fact, during the 2012, when they asked for that second POP while we were under a signed contract from 2010 to 2013, our former president asked for the financial statements, and the state refused to give it. But maybe you forgot about that part. But let me get to something else you said about the policy file and how you said I forgot that one last part. I find that interesting how you talk about the policy file, but yet the policy file, when they didn't allow you to do your job all of those years, I didn't hear you talking about the policy file then. So I find that very interesting. Now, here's the next part I want to talk about the hypocrisy, about, you know, I tell people to come and do videos with me or come and ask me questions, unscripted, unedited, unrehearsed. Oh, Kevin. That's you, Kevin. That is you. So let me say this. What's the hypocrisy is not that I do unscripted, unedited, and then when they come, I can't handle it. The hypocrisy is that they'll send me texts acting like they want to be friendly with me, but yet when they come on video, they want to act like they're questioning my authority, questioning my leadership. That's what they do. That's why I call them hypocrites. Off of my phone, they're being so friendly and so nice, but when they come on the video, now they want to talk that stuff. Okay? Now, that's what I mean by that. Now, Kevin, you, Annika, and Tony knows better than anybody what you went through during your term. You know it. And you've heard these people say that 2 wrongs don't make it right. And you've heard me say 2 negatives. I got you. Okay. So unmute Kevin for a second. We're going to talk for Kevin for a second. All right, is he unmuted yet? Okay, so Kevin, you say, you know, 2 wrongs don't make it right. Here's what I'm going to say to you. You're right. 2 wrongs don't make it right. So, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, past, practice, and custom. Not you, Kevin, but other people say past, past, practice, and custom. We did this because I know that Tony Owens told me he was not part of the SBAC process.
A little bit. First of all, you know, you and I share an opinion of the previous administration that we're not going to disagree on very much on that. Right. Tony was, I think someone, forget who it was it Monica or someone else said that Tony was at the SBAC. Yeah, the first ones he was at, and he did oversee the elections, but that's about it. He had one speech to give. He wasn't allowed to do anything else. He wasn't in the planning of it. So he was pretty much blocked out and then eventually completely blocked out. So it's sort of a glass half empty, half full, but mainly empty kind of a thing. But he was pushed out of and not allowed to do his job, as was the rest of us. But that's past. I'd like to see it change, and now all the VPs are allowed to do their job, all 3 of them, and to be able to step up. And like I said, Brother Hibbert brought out a very salient point that Vice President Green should be the one picking and also it says it doesn't have to be ahead of time. The policy file says when there's a process filed, the VP of bargaining shall immediately appoint a hearing officer and a protest committee. So it happens at the meeting.
Well, unfortunately, Kevin, since you want to talk about the policy file calls that the president calls for all meetings. But obviously, Irene didn't understand that part because she went to the meeting in October. So now we handpick what parts of the policy file we use and what parts we don't use.
Well, that'll be the policy file that defers to Robert's Rules of Order. When they make a request, and they've done it in proper order.
No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they did not, Kevin. No, they did not, Kevin. They did not. They did not have that meeting proper. They did not. So if you want to air this out here, because I know there are people, the smarty people who are listening. I don't have to tell you right now. Hold on a second.
Oh, it's
no. Okay, hold on. You know what was improper because Annika told you because I responded in letter form. Those letters are not secret. So you can
Oh, right,
read the
and they
letter.
were
You can
inaccurate,
read.
too.
Hold
You-
on
you
a
s-
second.
you
You
made
can
mistakes
read.
in
You
some-
can read the letters.
Mhm.
If they thought their meeting was so proper, then why are they coming to this meeting that I called for? Because this is the proper meeting. That's why they're here, and that's why you'll see the entire board next weekend if you choose to come. Even though I'm told that somebody else is having their own meeting next weekend, and they're not coming to the board of directors meeting that I properly called for.
Well, as far as I
We're gonna
understand,
parse.
International disagrees with you.
No. See, there you
That's
go.
what I've
trying to-
heard. I don't have a
No.
documentation
Again,
of it, though.
that's what you've heard. But again, when you talk about what you've heard, and you're gonna run, I don't know what position you're running for today or tomorrow, should I say, for Bunk One. But going off rumors of what you heard, how is that going to build membership in our union by going off some rumors that you heard? But here's
By
what I
giving you
do
the
know.
chance to respond. If it's not true, then say so. That's fine. If it's just a rumor, because it's unsubstantiated as far as I know. So you have a chance to respond.
Here's what I'm saying to you. I've responded in writing. And you know what? When all this comes out, we're going to see who's left standing. I am the president of Local 1000. People who attended that out of order meeting, they chose to attend that, and that sent me a message that they were going to undermine my authority. That's just that simple. That's also in the policy file about creating positions that you're claiming that's not true. But we're moving on. Next caller, yes. Vincent Green. Please unmute Vincent Green.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, Vincent.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you unmuting me on your side. A couple things. First of all, Richard, I need to have a conversation with you offline and a personal conversation, and then we can decide what we are going to do there. If you give me a time, I will call you because I know how busy you are. So I want to definitely get on your schedule. Number two, I think the sentiment of the team would be that we are just a little weary of a lot of the infighting, a lot of the rhetoric, to be nice. We need to get to the business of being able to take care of the classifications that we represent. I mean, we just do. That's the reason why we ran for our positions, either be Siebers or Devers, or for running for chairs or whatever else the case may be. We want to make sure and ensure that we have the best contract possible, period. No ifs, ands, and buts about that. And I think everyone here can actually, agree with that. So maybe that should be that's where we should start. Okay. You and I have had several conversations, whether it is on video, whether it's in private. I am not one to try to, as you would say, come at you. I have legitimate concerns about things that you may have said and giving you an opportunity to basically respond. But I will also turn around and say this. There is a misnomer out there, especially when you talk about the Bible, God, and Jesus Christ. And I would say to you this, Richard, we are no longer under the law. We are under grace. And if you understand what you talk about, then you will understand that particular piece. And I would also turn around and say that just as much as you believe that people should show you some grace, I think that in return has to be true from you. Okay, I think we need to basically say, you know what, we've learned our lessons, what those lessons were, and how do we move forward in making it better. We talk about the VPs in the past and how they were locked out. And there are those that did not agree with it. There are those that didn't have an opinion. But they have an opinion now as far as Irene is concerned. And I'm transparent. Yes. I think you and I have had a conversation. But at the same time, if we've learned from our past mistakes, But one of the things that we should know is that we should be operating under what governs us, not only about how we personally feel about something, but what the policy file basically says. And I think that's what people are going by now. What does a policy file say? If we don't like the policy file, make a change. That's the democratic process. But at the same time, we need to basically be able to do and to run the business the way that it needs to be ran. Because if we don't, we are in worse shape than what we are today. We have to be about going about doing the business of this local, and making sure that we get the best contract possible. Because you're right, we do service members and we service non-members, and the non-members are covered under the contract. So we need to try to make sure we get the best contract for the classifications that we represent inside the MOU. And so all I'm asking, in most sincerity, is that, what, we just dial it down a notch, man. I mean, somebody said many years ago, can't we just get along? Can't we find a place to where we can have common ground to start the process? And hopefully that's what today is going to be, is where we can find common ground to start the process. Am I going to always agree with you? Most definitely not. But because we hopefully share the same goal, we should be able to find common ground. And I know this can happen because me and Kevin has done it several different times. Me and Kevin Manager have done it several different times. And so we should be able to do that collectively as a team on this SBAC and coming out to be for the bunks as well. Please, sir, I implore you, help us get to a point to where we can have some common ground on some things where we can actually start. I appreciate your time.
Vincent Green, thank you for your call. Next caller, Betty Jackson Stewart. Betty Jackson Stewart, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Wait. I'm sorry. I jumped out of line. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to call Sunday. I'm sorry, Sunday. Go ahead, Sunday. I apologize. Sunday? Olawasagaba? Sunday, are you there? Hello, Sunday. Hi, Sunday. I see you. Unmute Sunday, please. Hi, Sunday.
Hi, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
All right, great to be here. Speaking this afternoon. I just want to, agree with what the last gentleman just said. We have a union and we have members to represent. Election is over, and it's been almost 6 months. So my pleading is, or my begging is, for us to find a common ground, to stop, attacking each other. It's not going to help our situation. Before we know it, contract negotiation is going to be here. And where we are right now, if we go into bargaining, we're not going to get anything out of it because we are not united. We're, it's just back and forth, whose team are you? And we need to stop doing that. I've been around for a little bit. You spoke a lot about where you come from, Africa. I'm an African too. I'm first generation. I just came in. So, and I've been with the union for a while. So I know, I'm a preacher also. So I know a little bit about, about the Bible also. So we have all this knowledge, we have all this strength and this power that we have in our numbers, that when we work together, we do great things. It's okay to disagree with what has happened in the past, but the people that have worked for this union for years, they have done their bit. They have done according to the grace that's apportioned to them. It may not be enough, it may not be good enough, but they have done their part. Remember,
Hey, Sunday, unmute yourself. Sunday, please unmute yourself. Uh, Sunday, can you hear me? Hey, Sunday, look at me. Sunday, look at me.
Nominate. That's fine, but I just wanted to know that they are not doing it right. They came to our, DLC this past week and do that without a recourse to the vice or to the president or to any of the officers. They just choose somebody to want to represent. They have not explored any options. They have not explored any. They have not talked to the president about it. They have not done any of that. They just choose somebody. If we continue to do that, I don't know where we're going to, find ourselves, because I'm not in agreement with whoever they nominate from our DLC, but I'm just saying they should do it the right way. So please, let's leave all the fight alone. Let's work together. We're here to serve. I serve everybody. It doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you are a member, I serve you. And let's do that. And I just hope that, at the end of the day, when we leave all this, Yvonne to the past and all the past issues, then we'll have great things to achieve. And that's just my contribution, Mr. Brown.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your call. Next caller, Betty Jackson Stewart.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? How are you,
Good.
Richard?
I'm doing
Great.
good. How are you?
Well, thank you for asking. First and foremost, I wish that more members could get together. And some of these people have strong personalities. I cannot imagine where we would be if you took all of these strong personalities and all of these people, and we all got together and came together as one to get these processes taken care of, to make the union stronger, to get more members in the union, and stop all of this bickering. Gerald spoke eloquently. Yolanda earlier spoke eloquently. A. Williams, I like the way she spoke. UNITY, unity, we need to practice that. And when people come on this call, I believe they keep up the rhetoric. I don't believe all of these people are this angry, Richard. I believe they keep up the rhetoric to keep distraction amongst us, because with distraction, we can't move forward. And I believe that that is a ploy. I believe that that is a strategy of some of theirs. You've already proven that, a lot of this stealing the union's money and all of this underhanded nonsense that is going on behind the scenes, when people are on this line accusing you of things that we all know you have not done because you were not even there at the time those situations were happening. You've come on and you've proved it time and time again with their own financial statements, with their own rhetoric and activity that they had going on in the past when you were not there. So this is all a way, the same as they did to Obama. They all got together and decided Obama would listen. This is going to be a one-term president. We're not signing off on any of his agendas. And the set was in. And that is exactly what I see right now. And I know if these people wanted to move forward and they wanted to move forward with us, because I support you 199,000%. If they wanted to move forward with us, we would be moving forward. And, I'm not going to call them liars and cheats. And I'm not going to say that they dislike your transparency. And I'm not going to call any of them outside of their names. But I'm just going to say this. No one can say what godlike behavior is, because not one of us is perfect. Not one of us is perfect. And I'm asking that we just move forward, allow you to do what it is that you're going to do. Let's have your back. We don't always have to agree, but we need to agree to move forward. And I'm going to share something with you. The other day, I was speaking with someone. The person came to me, and the person asked if they could speak to me about a staff member. And I listened. And the person went on and on about what they were told and what they heard and all this rumor mill about this individual. However, she brought it, she was yelling, she was screaming, she was using descriptive words. And when I went to her supervisor to state how she was, her tone and the message that she brought and how her message got lost and all of this, the way she presented it, her manager felt like, well, you know what? You may not have liked her presentation, but she's almost always right. And I noticed that some people, when they walk through this world, everything they do, which displays bad behavior, someone changes it into something else. And I notice others who walk through this world, who do the very best they can, people pull out what they want to pull out and they change it into, they don't say, just don't pay attention to the presentation. This individual meant well. They don't say that. They say, yeah, you're being verbally abusive right now. They use very descriptive tones to describe what they see to build a monster. You are not a monster, Richard. I support you. I got your back. You are, everything in me would like to see you succeed because I believe we're going somewhere good. We're going somewhere good. And we don't have to fight about someone saying your behavior is not godlike. God made us in his image, but not one of us is perfect. So allow us to make our errors from time to time because no one, absolutely no one that I've seen today is perfect. I've never met a perfect individual before. I wasn't here when Jesus walked the earth. So as I say, I've never met a perfect individual before. I do not even know what that looks like. Everyone's perfect is different. It's interpreted the way we interpret what perfect is. So it's in the eye of the beholder. We have some rules, we have some samples, we have some good examples in the Bible, but everyone hasn't even sat down and read the Bible. So I love how they're dictating to you because they read a verse or two, but that is all in interpretation as well. But let me just say this. I got you. I got you. I stand behind you 199,000%. There are other people that I've heard speak. They speak eloquently. I don't know why they come on here and they fight against you. You're not asking us to do anything wrong. You're not asking us to move forward against our beliefs. And you're not asking us to do something that's going to drag us down. You're asking everyone to come forward and give your best for the right reason so we can all move forward. They can turn it into whatever they want, so that is ugly. That's all they want. They want to make it ugly. But you know what, Richard? You're not ugly. And you do not have an ugly bone in your body. And I understand what you went through when those people called the police. And for the person who says someone in his community, no one in his community called the police on him. Richard's been in his community for over 20 years. Those people in his community love him. Okay, so it was not someone, let's don't get this misconstrued. Someone was doing something ugly. They were hoping for a different outcome. And all of us are surprised by the outcome, including myself. But I believe God spared your life for a reason. And I want you to carry out your agenda. I'm behind you or to the side of you, wherever it is you need me to be so that you can lead effectively. I believe in you, young man. I believe in you. And I want you to know the other night you were speaking and my daughter was here and she could not see you. And she was like, who is that? Is that my husband talking? I go, that's your husband talking, honey. Because she said facts. She was here going facts, facts. Oh my God, Richard, you lit up her world speaking the other night when you were performing your presentation with your slideshow. She was very much impressed, as my husband was. And I'm just saying to you, there are some of us that are rocking with you. You don't scare us, you enhance us. And I love it. I love it. I'm not saying that you're perfect. What I'm saying is you're a human being and you're trying. You're making every attempt possible to do something right. And I'm saying you keep doing it. You keep doing it. You're not going to fall because I got you and I got your back. And I'm not going to allow you to fall. And there are other people here. They don't want to see you fall either, but they're afraid to let their partners know because it may make them look some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate the fact that you are for the laborers and not for all these politics. So I'm here to say I love you. I got you. And there's a lot of good people in this union that are walking behind you. You just keep walking and talking. We're listening.
Betty Jackson Stewart, I love you too. Hard to come behind that. Let me say this real quickly for some humor. I have not solicited her daughter to be my wife. Before these people get on Facebook and say that I was trying to get Betty Jackson Stewart's daughter to be my wife, that is not true. I didn't even know she had kids. So that is not true. We will come together. Do I have the exact game plan? The Spirit has not given it to me yet because the Spirit is still telling me I must address the past while preparing in the present for the future. And I know a lot of people say that we cannot go into the future by talking about the bickering of the past. I wish people could understand that if our union was so great to begin with, then why did I win the election?
Ooh,
Now, so,
mm-hmm.
okay. All right, so I'm going to stop there before the smart people tell me that it's all about the numbers and the analytics and all that. So I want to thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you next weekend. And we'll go to the next caller, our VP of Bargaining, Irene Green. Go ahead, Irene.
Hello,
Go ahead.
Richard.
Hi,
Hello,
Irene.
SBAC. It's nice to see everybody. I do understand that there was some misunderstanding that possibly I did not want to be involved with this SBAC. Did not realize that that needed to be a request that was sent as VP of Bargaining. But I am going to answer your question, Richard, and let you know that yes, I do want to be part of this SBAC, and yes, do want to carry out my duties as VP of Bargaining. And also to let everyone know that Richard and I have had conversations. I reached out to Richard in an attempt to find a pathway for us to work together. The decision was made that we would have a conversation after the BOD meeting next week. And so I have made an attempt and will continue to make an attempt for us to find a common path in order for us to walk together and get our union the contract that we need to get for this next bargaining cycle. So Richard, there you are. You asked me to put it out there that I am wanting to be involved. So yes, I am wanting to be involved and we should be following the policy file. You have my number. Let me know how I can participate and how we can move forward. Thank you.
And we want to thank Irene. And, hopefully people don't handpick what parts of the policy file, because when she attended the out of order meeting in October, that told me that she believed that she could just go to meetings that undermine my authority, but now she wants to enforce this part of the policy file. So I guess her and I will continue to have a conversation sometime after the board of directors meeting or next year. But we're going to continue on with this SBAC. We're going to get the rest of these callers, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll go to the election breakout rooms. All right, next caller, Michael Gus. Go ahead, Michael.
Hello. I'm out and about, so I'm not gonna put my video on, but I wanna talk about why we can't unify. This is about bargaining strategy, and this is a direct quote from you, Mr. President, September 15th, 4926 on the SEIU YouTube channel. Everyone on this meeting, go and look it up yourself. When we heard, when we hear it's all, they say all these things about you. This is what you said. When I get at your ass, then you have a problem. If you want to fight, come on down, 4335 Broadway. If you're looking for some action, I'm here. That's a direct quote from you. And it's on video, and we have it clipped, and it's a direct quote. That is not an effective bargaining strategy. That is not an effective unification strategy. I filed a complaint on that. Mary Kay Henry, I know you're listening. You should act. It says in the Constitution that we can't threaten violence against others. Then you did it again in a different way where you told Richard Wake, here I am, come on down this Wednesday. You can't do that. And then you're like, oh, I'm sorry, every time that you do it over and over and over again. And at a certain point, I'm sorry is just an excuse and not sincere. I believe in forgiveness. I'm one of the more forgiving people out there. But I don't believe that forgiveness is a license for people to do that. And what we hear on these calls, there's 200 people on this call, the most that there has been. There's usually 50 or 60, and maybe another 30 watching on Facebook. And maybe they get 400 or 500 views out of a 100,000 member union. The reason people don't participate is who would want their duly elected leader to treat them like that? I mean, what, are we going to go in and walk when we're negotiating with the Cal HR, the director of Cal HR, go in and walk in and start with conversations like that? Because if we are, we're not going to get anything. And I want to talk about what this total lack of leadership has done. On my floor, there's an OT who's had to come in every day through the pandemic. One of the lowest paid job classifications. Every day he's come into work. When the train wasn't running, because previous people effectively bargained mass transit stipends, when the tram wasn't running, he had to drive his car in, and it really messed his budget up. And a $5,000 bonus would really make a big deal. And he meets the definition of essential. He does. Because we know that the federal definition of essential is one, work not conducted while teleworking from a residence. That's in the federal law. And so CCPOA agreed to that, negotiated with the governor, and they all got $5,000 checks yesterday. And we didn't get anything. I don't care what you think of Yvonne Walker. She's never going to get elected in this union again. That's obvious. It's too divisive. I don't care about yesterday. I care about today and tomorrow. I care about my brothers and sisters. I care about whether we actually are effectively represented. And you can't look at that video and say that we're going to be effectively represented by his slate. And there's more videos. There's dozens of them. We could put together a greatest hits clip. Maybe we should. I'm sure there's some people out there that have more technical skills than I do that can do that. And as a union dues-paying union member that gives up $82 every month, that we haven't got anything out of ARPA 6 months into your term. If I was you, I'd be so embarrassed I'd resign. Thank you. Have a good day.
So, Michael, I love you, Michael. I really do. You have a great gift to misconstrue, because that's what you were created for, in my opinion. You take words and you spin them around. And when I have to get at people and set them straight, then you try to say that I'm unprofessional and undignified and blah, 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 blah. This is one of the examples of being a black man in this country. You don't want to hear that. And I do recognize the fact that you're Jewish. But again, I know how my family came here. Maybe your family had better success coming to America. Number two, when I tell people this is where I live, because people want to talk and sound like they're so tough. And I'm not saying I want you to come to my house and fight me, but what I am saying is I'm a man. And if you attack my dignity and you think that you got it in you, well, I live at 3225 43rd Street. I'm not saying that you have to come down and fight me, but if you want to come down and have an intimate conversation with me, come on down off of Broadway, 3225 43rd Street. I say that with love, peace, and hair grease. Now you want to talk about, yeah, I know that was good. I know now you want to talk about me being in office 6 months, but you never talk about that money's been there since January, all those billions and billions of dollars. But you want to skip over that. See, you know what? I'm not even going to waste my time addressing Michael Gus. He's not even worth it today. Let's move on to Craig Nelson. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I see you, Brent. Brent Andrews. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brent.
Hello. First off, I want to say thank you for helping me out with the bargaining unit 15 calendars. When I saw you at my work site. There seems to be some confusion today. This is an SBAC meeting, not a Wednesday night call. I've got a bunch of bargaining unit 15 people that we were supposed to be an hour ago voting. Can we just get this shut down so that we can, or can we break out to go do our votes? People have to go to work tonight. I've got 3 people that have to go to work tonight. I've got a Christmas party with my wife's work tonight. And I mean, you were supposed to be done at 11:30 and break out for lunch. I don't think anyone's gone to lunch, but
Brent,
yes,
hold
sir.
hold on, Brent. Number one, when I started today, I said this may run long. I said that at the very beginning. Number two, if you got your family and concerns to do, guess what we're going to do? We'll stop it down right now, and we'll start up at 2:15 for the breakout. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.